Good evening, racing fans. Welcome to racing action on this Wednesday night at Grand River Raceway. Our first race will go to post in approximately 20 minutes. It's just a beautiful night here at the track in Elora, Ontario. Nice moderate temperature. For the evening, it'll be recorded as 18 degrees Celsius. It's about 23 Celsius now, but just a nice moderate summer day and mostly blue skies. You see a few clouds, but actually, that's not quite a fair picture because that's focusing in towards the skyline. But straight up, lots of blue skies. And we have a nice card of racing coming up. Let's get a look at the changes on the card. And we will start with race one. Why not? No changes, race one. In the second race, note that number 6, Double T GRR. The driver will be Ryan DeRoche. Ryan DeRoche will drive number 6, Double T GRR in the second. In race number 3, well, we have some equipment changes. 1, Got the Touch makes a change. Open bridle to blind bridle. Open to blind. Number 3, Twin Bee Hugs, blinkers to open bridle, blinkers to open bridle. And 5, Italian Grit, flip-flops to aluminum shoes up front. Race number 4, number 5, Friend Zone, also making an equipment change, steel to aluminum shoes on the back. Race number 5, number 7, Noblesse du Hurrah, scratched. Scratch number 7, Noblesse du Hurrah. Races 6 and 7 will go as programmed, which then means there's a change in race 8, and it is a scratch of number 7, Hetty's Commander. Race 8, scratch 7, Hetty's Commander. Race 9, scratch 4, Amblinette, and 8, Wildcat Delight. Race 9, scratch 4 and 8. In the 10th race, number 7, Ocean View Deb, the driver will be Brett McDonald. Brett McDonald will drive 7, Ocean View Deb. And the 11th race, no changes, race number 11. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2. Race number 1 is changeless. And the second race has a change. It's a driver change. Number 6, Double T GRR to Ryan DeRoche. It's currently 16 minutes to our first dash, and that means it's time to welcome in our color man for the evening and handicapping expert live from the Reed Estates, Robert Reed Jr. How are you doing, Robert?
I'm doing fantastic, Gary. And, it is at the Robert Reed Jr. Estates today, but I'm also excited about Industry Day, which is coming up pretty quickly on us here. It's a week this coming Monday, of course, on the civic holiday, and I will be there in person on Industry Day, so I'm looking forward to that. And, another reason why I'm excited today is they drew the eliminations for both the Battle of the Bells and the Battle of Waterloo. Our signature races here at Grand River Raceway, 2 of my favorite races on the harness racing calendar in the entire racing season, and the eliminations will go this coming Monday nights. They have 15 total horses, over 2 eliminations in the Battle of the Bells and 18 in the Battle of Waterloo, and I cannot wait for those eliminations and, of course, the final the week after when I'll be there live and in person. But, folks, it's a wonderful Wednesday night at Grand River Raceway. And as Gary said, I'll be your on-air handicapper, Robert Reed Jr. I think there's some good opportunities for some value tonight throughout the card. I noticed some changes just now that might actually cause me to amend some picks on the fly tonight. We'll see. I'll see how it goes. But we do have also a couple of feature races. And race number 9, we've got the Filly Mares Preferred. And then, of course, we're going to send you away like we usually do on Wednesday nights with our handicap preferred for trotters. in race number 11, and I really like one actually in that one tonight. But as always, in race number 1, we're going to start it off with our guaranteed pick 5 with a pool of $2,500. Gary and I have mapped out some tickets for you. And when we come back in just a few moments, we'll take a look at those tickets, and hopefully we'll both be a winner like we were on Monday night.
Fans note in race number 3, we have a scratch of number 7 and Jackson. Race 3, scratch 7 and Jackson.
All right, folks. Well, you know what time it is? It is pick 5 time, as we do every night. We're going to break down some tickets, Gary and I, for this guaranteed $2,500 pick 5 wager starting in race number 1. And, well, tonight, I always try to stay around the same type of budget, and we're right in that neighborhood again tonight. I'm going to spend $9.60. It says 60 cents on the screen there, but it's actually $9.60 tonight for me in this pick 5 wager. I'm going to go 2 deep in the first race, and those 2 horses are going to be number 7 and number 9, Zoe's Choice, and number 9, Peter Crown. I do think Zoe's Choice might be the best in the race, but I don't like the fact that she's got post 7. Peter Crown really impressed me last time, moving up in class to this level, and the trailing post might get a favorable trip from there. So I'm going to go 2 deep with the 7 and 9 in the opening leg. Then 2 deep again in the second leg. Number 1, Erica Shadow. Of course, we've been chasing her here at Grand River. She went over to Georgian Downs and got a win just a couple of days ago, but I do like her again tonight from the pole position. I'm going to go 2 deep again using number 8, TC Scandal as well. My single is going to come in race number 3, and that's number 3, Twin Bee Hugs. Although I'm a little bit concerned with the equipment change tonight because I was hoping she'd be Lone Speed in there. I think it's a good spot for getting back into the condition claiming company. But again, I'm a little bit concerned that she might not be that Lone Speed I was expecting. In any event, I'm going to stick with her as my single. In the fourth race, 4 deep, the 1, 3, 4, and 8. My top selection is number 4, Shadow Me the Money. And then in the money leg, going to go 3 deep, the 3, 4, and 5, with my top selection being number 5, Gab in Motion, who's coming in off a pair of qualifiers. Did break in one of them, put the trotting hobbles back on. The most recent one stayed flat and went a decent enough mile for me. So that's my ticket, $9.60. But let's see what Gary Guy has in store for us tonight.
Well, again, it's a case of same but different. We spent the same number of dollars, $9.60, and we do have a race where we keyed a horse, but we keyed in different spots. Race number one, we both have the 7 and 9. In fact, we see those at the top two, but I added one rubble on the double off of the back-to-back wins at Hanover and the inside post just to protect myself there, and also Gerard Demers. I just struggled to leave him out, so I added the 1 and the 6. The second race, we've got the same idea, 1 and 8. And in the third race, you singled up on Twinbee Hugs, but I added a couple of horses just to be careful to DJ Roy Hall and for Tom D. Baker in that third race. Race number 4, where you went with a few horses in there. That is where I single on Sobble Play. So I feel strong enough with Sobble Play to just go alone. And race number 5, well, we kind of have the same idea. We both like 5 Gavin Motion to win, and you have 3 horses there. But I just decided who was my second choice under Gavin Motion, and that was 3 Eternal Jewel. Risky to leave Credit Skill off, but had to do something to wind up at $9.60. Rob, same but different.
That's kind of the theme, Gary, for our Pick 5 tickets here. We usually spend around the same amount of money, have a similar structure, but we do have a difference of opinion in some races, which is always good to have. Well, there are a couple paths that we can both be winners once again, and I'm cheering for that as always because I'm a team player, but I know you want to get it by yourself like you did, like you tried to do on Monday night anyways. All right, let's look at this opener, folks. It is for Trotters, non-winners of $20,000 a life. And while I did go towards the outside of the gate to number 7, Zoe's Choice, I do think that she is likely the best horse pound for pound in this race. She was an impressive winner here on June 23rd. It was in a bit of an easier spot, but it was a nice effort to win by a head. Then went over to Mohawk Park in a much more difficult spot and finished 6 beat 11 lengths. And last time, I liked that second place finish to T-Licious. I think that I would certainly be betting her if she was in this race. So I'll go on that recent form and put Zoe's Choice on top, even with the outside post. Then for second, number 9, Peter Crown. And I almost put him on top because I was really impressed by his last 2 efforts. Rock solid winner, 2 back. Last time, raced really well to be second against Aim High Hanover, who I would certainly be backing in this race. So for me, it is the 7 and 9. I think they're kind of standouts in here. I did go to number 6, Top Hall, for my third choice. Did face OSS Grassroots Company at Rito Carlton, led a long way before fading in the stretch. Did race well here in 2 starts. He won by a neck, and in the second start he did only get beat ahead. But I don't know. I just think the 7 and 9 might get the beat on that one in the late stages tonight. And then in for fourth, I did go to number 2, Say Something. 2-year-old filly, has early speed. I think she can get away well. She was racing a gold last time, finished 5th. She is facing older horses, but she's got enough speed. She'll be able to get away, sit a good trip, and then get a piece of it late. 14-1 on the board would be a play on the bottom end of my trifecta and superfecta ticket, but certainly not a win candidate in my opinion, facing older horses. Anyways, the horses are coming out on the track for the opener, and we'll come back and talk about this race a little further with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the first race on Parade 1. Rubble on the double. Colin Kelly for Dave Holiday and Ben Holiday. Number 2, Say Something. Gino Toscani for Herb Holland. And number 3 is Holiday Dream. Jay Harris for Kyle Rule. Number 4, Hometown Boys. Natasha Day for Alan Brenter and Ron Sneddon. And number 5 is Hooray Frankie Austin Sorry for Gaetan Bear and Luke Albrecht. Number 6, Top Hall, Paul McKenzie for Gerard Demers and Tag Incorporated and J.R. Merrois. And number 7 is Zoe's Choice, Matthew Bax for John Bax and Glengate Farms and Aaron Bax. 8 is Incredible Holly, Brent Donovan for Stephen Charlton and Calvin Larkin and Erica Bradley. and 9. Peter Crown, Scott Culliver, Steve Watson. Field of 9, race number 1, just a couple of minutes to post time. And we're going to, first up, take a look at number 7, Zoe's Choice. And, well, Zoe's Choice is one that raced really nicely at Georgian Downs last time out. Matthew Baxter, John Bax, good mile of 57.4. Compares well. The problem will be the post position. But you do see this one racing from the trailer post, Rob, back in the middle of June, and did a nice job from off the pace there. 3 wins in 6 starts. Zoe's Choice, I thought might be the choice on the board, but I guess I would have been wrong.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised right now at 6-1. She looks fantastic on the track. She's got her, head down, and she looks like she's got her game face on tonight. I know the post's a little bit scary, but she's done well from the outside of the gate here at Grand River before, and I just think that right now 6-1. I'd be happy to take that win price. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I do love John Bax's barn. I think he's had a long time of success with trotters, and you got to love Zoe's Choice. Others to take a look at in here, number 9, Peter Crown and Scotty Coulter. There's Scotty on the board. And take a look at Peter Crown right now on the track and tell us what you think.
I think he looks, if you remember, Gary, the time that he was a winner on the front end, he looked pretty fired up out there, and I think he looks similar tonight. He's got his ears up. He looks like he's listening for what Scotty's got to tell him, and he looks like he's ready to produce a good one. And I'll be honest, I'm shocked that he's 8-1 as well. I thought that I was on the 2 best horses in the race, and maybe I'm wrong. The odds board's certainly telling me that I am.
Well, then they would be disagreeing with both of us because we have 7-9 as our top 2. I've loved Peter Crown throughout this meet. I've been on him. Just the trailer post is the only concern, but you see him racing well from the trailer post here as well. 3 races back. There is a look at number 6, Top Hole. Your third choice, and Paul McKenzie and Gerard Demers, they're tough to leave off the ticket. Now, this one does have a little bit of a post position problem. Certainly has raced well from up close to the pace. We'll see how he can handle it from off the pace, maybe, if that's the plan. But he also could be leaving, do you think?
I certainly think so. I think he's probably the speed of the race, and I firmly believe he'll be pointed towards the front end. And last time, he lasted a long way against Grassroots Company, probably some tougher ones than he'll face here tonight. I thought he raced well in both of his efforts here at Grand River, but this is a tougher class than what he had faced in those 2. And I think that, the ones that we have on top have, kind of progressed a little better than that one. And he's still young, and only has 4 starts this season and 6 lifetime. I think he's going to continue to get better, but I think tonight, we're still on the better ones with the 7 or 9.
And we should say something about the 2 horse in here, Muscle Mass Filly, that, well, raced in a gold last time out and certainly flashed some gate speed. If you're going to go to the front from post 9 at Mohawk, you're probably leaving from post position 2 here.
I would certainly think so, and this horse has been on the front in every single race that this one's gone postward so far, even in the qualifiers. So I think we're going to see her flash early speed. I don't usually put a horse that's older or younger, facing older, even on my ticket, but I did with this one in the 4th position, just because I think if she leaves out, she can maybe set up a favorable trip and then just get a piece of it at a big price.
Now, number 1, Rubble on the double. I used this one in my pick 5, and it's mostly just post position 1, horse coming off a couple of wins, and also, the track at Hanover has not been yielding all that quick at times. And also, you got to be impressed that this one recovered that 2 starts ago to make a break, be 13.5 lengths back at the half, and still managed to win.
Yeah, I did see that race live, and there were quite a few breakers in there. That certainly helped him make his comeback, that's for sure. But it still was impressive, and came back and won again to show that it was no fluke. And I think this one has a chance. I thought the price would actually be a bit lower than 7-2 because of those 2 wins, and that's maybe why I sided against him. But he can certainly hit the ticket.
And I'll confess, I've always liked Dave Holliday's barn, and I thought he had a really big year last year. And I expect his barn numbers to kind of climb up closer towards they were now. They were astronomical last year, but love the barn. Love the post position, too. And taking up positions, Rubble on the double, Say Something, and Halliday Dream on the inside. In the center, Hometown Boys and Hooray Frankie to the outside. Top Hall, Zoe's Choice, Incredible Holly, and the second tier, Peter Crown. Field for race number 1 in the stretch drive. Gathering speed nearing the start. They're at the start of the rub, and Halliday Dream will get out well. And then Hooray Frankie, top hole on the outside, and Rubble on the double down to the inside with Say Something. But as they sprint on into the backstretch, Halliday Dream and Jay Harris has the lead, but top hole continues, and top hole wants to be on top and is going to sweep up now and take the lead. Halliday Dream is right there racing in the pocket, and then Hooray Frankie third. Rubble on the double is fourth, and then it is back to Hometown Boys and further to Say Something. Zoe's Choice was relaxed away seventh, and then it is Peter Crown and Incredible Holly, and now back around to take the lead is Halliday Dream and Jay Harris at 10-1. Top Hall is racing position second, and then third, Hooray Frankie. Rubble on the double is racing fourth as they work on around the turn off a sharp opening quarter at 27-4, and they head on towards us. It is Halliday Dream, Top Hall, and racing third, Hooray Frankie. Rubble on the double, and Hometown Boys. Say Something now comes to the outside. Zoe's Choice is right now racing seventh to the outside, and then Peter Crown. They work their way on past the 5/8. 57-2 halftime. Halliday Dream has the lead over Top Hall. Those two have a bit of separation on the field. And then Hooray Frankie down to the inside. And to the outside, Rubble on the double is moving up now aggressively. And then Hometown Boys. And then it is back to Peter Crown. Zoe's Choice into the outside. Say Something as they work their way on by the three quarters, and three quarters 127-2, and Halliday Dream at 10-1, but getting a little closer is Top Hall, and Top Hall is wheeled to the outside, and from the backfield Peter Crown is flying now. They race for the top of the stretch, and that is Halliday Dream, Top Hall. Here comes Peter Crown, sent out wide. They come on down the stretch, driving on the inside. Hooray Frankie, but Halliday Dream as they come on to the finish. Peter Crown on the outside, up the inside goes Hooray Frankie, close. Hooray Frankie up the inside. In the center was Halliday Dream, and to the outside Peter Crown. 159-3, race number one. An exciting dash. It was that first race.
Oh, it certainly was, Gary. And you know what? I was looking at this horse's lines actually as I was watching him on the front end with Jay Harris, and this horse has shown a lot of speed in the past at Mohawk Park before the shutdown. Off a break last time, didn't put in a step tonight. Halliday Dream, was looking to hang on there. Peter Crown, who we both had in our pick five, raced fantastic, and I'll certainly come back to that one next time. Kind of had his momentum broken by number 6 Top Hall there on the turn, and still almost got there.
Very interesting, even coming to the finishes. Right now, we're looking at the slow motion. It did get pretty close at the finish. Up the inside was the 5 horse, and I wasn't sure at the finish who was the winner. It was pretty tight. I knew that on the outside wasn't there, but the two on the inside, they're pretty darn close between Halliday Dream and 5 Hooray Frankie.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, my eyes, on first look, I thought it was Halliday Dream, but we'll find out shortly.
Well, I should say that I called Hooray Frankie, but look, I've been wrong before. But right now, we are showing on the screen number 3, Halliday Dream. One thing to note, though, 7 Zoe's Choice was far back, but also really didn't seem to kick in all that much.
No, I thought she was actually make a move, kind of down the backside, but when she did get tipped to the outside, she didn't really seem to have much horse, so didn't really get to step forward, no.
It does come in at 3.594, and 10-1 on to 12-1. We could have a nice start in the evening in terms of payouts, and also some pick 5 tickets suffered there.
You and I, Gary, both of us.
There might be a few along with us. 3.594 is the top 4. Number 3, Halliday Dream, is back in front of us. A 4-year-old Angus Hall bay gelding owned by Kyle Rule, who's also the trainer. Jay Harris, the Green Arrow, gets the job done in race number 1. It's the second win this year, third lifetime for Halliday Dream, 159-3. Fans note the inquiry pertains to number 5, Hooray Frankie, and a possible pylon violation. Fans note the judge's ruling that number 5, Hooray Frankie, did go inside of one pylon, was judged to have not gained an unfair advantage, will stand second, the inquiry sign down. The first race payouts: 3, Holiday Dream, 2270, 1320, and 580. 5, Hooray Frankie, 770 and 510, and 9, Peter Crown, 380. $2 exactor, 373.20. Dollar try, 1873.95. We got a 20-cent superfecta, $744.58. Ka-ching. The first race over a finish from the top, 781-425-693. That's 781-425-693.
All right. Well, no bueno for me and Gary in the pick five tonight. We're both dead. Hopefully, you're still alive, though. There's going to be some great payouts already with that one winning the opener at odds of 10-1. But we wanted to race number 2, filly and mares of the claiming variety for a price tag of $8,500. And I'm going to go back to a horse that we were chasing here, folks, at Grand River Raceway on both July the 7th and the 14th. Both times the price was decent. And then, well, Rachel, Andrew, and Travis Cullen went over to Georgian Downs on July the 18th and got a win with number 1, Erica's Shadow. She went a real big trip that day, first over a long way, got past the leader, and then held off another challenger late to win by a slim margin on the wire. And while I think that anything close to that effort puts her in the winner's circle here today, and she draws the ever so important pole position after her last two here, both came from the outside of the gate with the 8-hole. So it's all about number 1, Erica Shadow for me. And I see that Ontario Racing, Michael Carter agrees with both Gary and I as well. We're all on the 1 and then the 8. My second selection, TC Scandal. Nice effort last time to finish second, beating a neck here in this class. That was from post 7. This is from post 8. A little bit more difficult, but I think she's good enough to overcome it, to land in the place spot and certainly hit the ticket. And then in for third, I went to number 3, Northern Belle. This mare does have some early speed. I think she'll be able to get away. She did have the rail last time to get away well, but this time I think she can just get away, somewhere forwardly placed and hit the ticket. And then in for fourth, they went to number 4, Dex the Land, who I think, is going to look for the same thing. Get to the pylon, sit a trip, and then try to get a piece late. But the horses are already moving out onto the track for the second race of the evening. We'll come back and talk about it a little more with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the second on Parade 1, Erica's Shadow, Travis Cullen for Rachel Andrew. Number 2, As Brave as My Mama, Drew Neal for Gary Anderson. Number 3 is Northern Belle, Colin Kelly for Greg Campbell and Angelo DeLellis. And for Dex the Land, Scott Young for Sheldon Rose. Number 5, Rosella Brent McDonough for Darrell Laver and Leanne Davidson and John Webb. Number 7 is Tater Tots, Paul McKenzie for Sue McKenzie. Number 8 is TC Scandal, claim entered, Scott Colliver, Dean Nixon, and Michael Gillis. And number 6, Double Tiger, Bruce Richardson for Peter Finnegan and Peggy Finnegan. It's a field of 8, race number 2. And first up, we're going to be taking a look at the 3 to 5, Erica's Shadow. Well, Erica's Shadow, we won't be getting a price tonight. You didn't get much of a price at Georgian Downs last race, but got the better post position. And as you mentioned, it was a really, really sharp outing. I've liked this barn, Travis Cullen, Rachel Andrew connections. And I think from the inside, they're going to be really tough in here.
Yeah, she looks really sharp on the track tonight as well. I mean, the one thing to consider, I guess, though, is coming back off just 2 days rest off that big effort. Hopefully it didn't take too much out of her. But, first over a long way, made the lead. And then I honestly did not think she would hang on after that bit of a battle up front. She did. And, did offer a pretty short price compared to what she went off at in her 2 prior starts here at Grand River, but the post position had a lot to do with that. She gets the best post tonight, and I think she is clearly the one to beat.
Also raced on July the 14th, going into that July the 18th start. In fact, this will be the 7th start off the layoff. So Erica's Shadow's been busy. Might even be busy enough to come back into the winner's circle after this race 1-2. But there is number 8, TC Scandal. We both included this one in our now dead pick fives, but TC Scandal has the claim entered and definitely showed that she can race from off the pace last time out here. Second beaten a neck. And Dean Nixon's had success in the past. Loved the Tan Tornado Scotty Coulter. 3-1. Low price, but
Yeah.
shows a nice effort last time out.
Yeah, definitely. The effort was great last time. She tried to leave out and then had to kind of duck into the 4-hole and then did well to come on and almost beat Mocking Beauty. And I think that, tonight the 8 hole is a concern, but you got to look at it and say, well, it can't be that big of a concern because she finished second and did really well to do so from the 7 hole last time. She's claimed, so there is no tomorrow for the current connections. I do think she is clearly the second best horse in the race, and maybe under favorable circumstances in the trip scenario, she might be able to get the better of Erica's Shadow.
Well, next up, the one that we see, we both like it, 1, 8, and then 3 next. Number 3, Northern Belle, Colin Kelly. And this is one that finished 4th last time out, in behind Erica's Shadow, who was 3rd, and TC Scandal, who was 2nd. So there's a good current measuring stick. It also has been showing progression. 56 and 3 mile here last time out. Did a lot of work, too, in that one.
Oh, definitely. And you know what? It didn't look like a mile that she'd have to do a lot of work because she landed the 2-hole to Mocking Beauty, who ended up winning the race. And Colin Kelly tried to ambush that one, down the backside for the second time, pulled the 2-hole, did briefly, get half a length in front before that one came back on. And then this one did fade to finish 4th. But, she did a lot more work than really the line might indicate. And I do think that she's one you need to use in your trifecta and your superfecta wagers.
Number 4, Dex the Land, is the one that you have on the bottom of the superfecta ticket, and is one that got 25 wins lifetime, only 2 last year in 30 tries, and not hit the winner's circle yet this year, but at least one that you can use on the bottom because back-to-back 4ths coming in.
Yeah, definitely. She hasn't hit the board in 8 starts this year either, but I did look at the the form cycle, and she certainly seems to be progressing. 2 fourths in her last 2, both came here in this class, and I do think that if she can find the pylons and sit, a favorable trip, right now 30-1 on the board, you can't go wrong really putting her under the bottom end of your superfecta ticket anyways, and maybe she can help it pay if she ever gets up in the 3rd spot, hit the bottom end of the try.
She's also one that seems to be able to leave well enough to be forwardly spotted because in the last 5 starts she's been in the top 3 of the quarter in each one of those. Then one more to take a look at is number 7, Tater Tots, 21-1 on the board, and there is Paul McKenzie. And Paul McKenzie, the PEI-bred Paul McKenzie, hoping to deliver another big load of potatoes with Tater Tots, and this one gave a really strong performance at Georgian Downs last time. Moves up, but the recent form's been good.
Yeah, she did, impress me in that latest at Georgian Downs. And I'll be honest, for me, it just came to the post position. I think that if she drew inside, I'd have her, definitely in my top 4. But from post 7, as we know, Gary, it's pretty difficult here. And I do think this is obviously, a much tougher group for her to face tonight. But she might be able to work her way into the ticket.
Certainly at a nice enough price of 23-1. We don't get a nice enough price at all on our top pick. Rob and I with one. Erica's Shadow at 4-5 on the board right now. And the second choice is 8 TC Scandal all the way on the outside, but getting a lot of love at 2-1. Taking up positions, Erica's Shadow is Brave as My Mama. And Northern Belle, and in the center, Dex the Land. Rosella to the outside, Double Tiger, Tater Tots, and TC Scandal. It's a field of 8 for the second race, and it is post time. Here they come. Giddy up. Field for the second race. Nearing the start. And they're off. As brave as my mama. Northern Belle and Dex the land and TC Scandal from the outside. And Erica's Shadow is pressing through on the inside. Erica's Shadow is dueling with As Brave as My Mama. As Brave as My Mama is going to make the lead. And then it is Erica's Shadow. TC Scandal still marching on the outside. Northern Belle. Then it is Dex the land and Rosella. Then Double Tiger and Tater Tots is trailing the field. TC Scandal from post 8 is going to come on and clear the lead. And quickly up and moving now. Erica's Shadow is looking to pounce as they race on past that opening quarter, and Erica's Shadow wants to reclaim the lead. Erica's Shadow is going to be on top, 27-4, and then racing positioned second is TC Scandal, and then racing on the inside third is Brave as My Mama. Northern Belle is racing fourth, and then it is Dex the Land along to the inside fifth, and now stepping to the outside as the field comes off the turn is Rosella, and then Double Tiger Tater Tots trails the field. Erica's Shadow leads right now by 3 over TC Scandal. As Brave as My Mama is out and challenging now. And moving on the outside is Rosella. Northern Bells along to the inside as they work on down the back stretch. And then it is back further to Dex the Land to the outside Double Tiger. And Tater Tots is trailing the field. But Erica's Shadow is sharp right now. Leads it by about 2 1/4. As Brave as My Mama braving it first up. But on the inside TC Scandal is second. And then it is As Brave as My Mama. 3 wide goes Rosella. Rosella is coming on, backing away As Brave as My Mama. And Northern Belle is on the inside, getting a trip on the pylons. 126 and 3, the 3/4 time. And here comes Rosella. Rosella alongside Erica's Shadow, and Rosella is in full bloom right now. Rosella at 9-1 has come on to take a slim lead, trying to fight back as Erica's Shadow. Rosella on the outside, Erica's Shadow on the inside. They're going to fight hard all the way to the finish, and it's close between those two, but coming back on the inside. Erica's Shadow came back against Rosella to win. Then Northern Belle, and then it was TC Scandal, 155-4. Erica's Shadow looked beaten halfway down the lane and then said, no, I'm not having any part of that, and came right back on impressively, Rob.
Yeah, you know what? When you consider, Gary, this you said it before the race. This is her third start in 7 nights. I mean, you see, in pro sports when a team plays their third game, in 7 nights, it's almost an automatic, play against. And tonight, I put this one on top, but I never dreamt she would race as good as she just did, because that effort there was beyond rock solid. She got used pretty hard to end up to get to the lead, and then Rosella came at her with all kinds of momentum. I thought she was going to float right past this mare, and Erica's Shadow battles back. And I mean, if you saw her last at Georgian Downs, I know you saw it, and she was dead game to win the race, and she was again tonight.
Absolutely. You seldom see a horse come back on like that. Especially, she was used a bit early, too, the way that she had to loop back around and get in front of TC Scandal. So made a move early and then made a move again late.
Yeah, definitely. And, you look at the margin back to the third place horse. I would certainly think that, someone told the connections of Rosella the race would go in 55-4, and their entry would go that fast. They'd probably think they'd be in the winner's circle right now. It just took a real special performance by Erica Shadow to get it done. Rosella, though, nice effort. One that certainly slipped past myself. I didn't have that one in my top 4. Nice effort to be second at 9-1, and I thought the whole time that she was going by.
Rob, I got to mention the inquiry sign up about number 8 TC Scandal and a possible pylon violation on the final turn. Northern Belle got a nice inside trip this time. Colin Kelly stayed along the pylons and was able to stick handle to a third place finish. TC Scandal worked hard early. Just the post position, definitely one to think about again next time out with a better post.
Oh, definitely. She's had to work from a difficult post in her last 2, and I think that going forward, she's one to keep an eye on.
But back in front of us is one Erica's Shadow, a 5-year-old shadow play by a mare owned by Rachel Andrew and Travis Cullen. Rachel Andrew, the trainer, Travis Cullen, the winning driver, second win this year. 4th lifetime, Erica's Shadow takes race number 2 in 155-4. Fans note pertaining to the inquiry in number 8 TC scandal, judged to have gone inside of two pylons on the final turn and was lapped on at the finish. So number 8 TC scandal, who finished fourth, is going to be placed back to fifth. The new top four is going to be 1534. That is 1534 will be the new top four, as number 8 TC scandal judged to have gone inside of two consecutive pylons on the final turn and lapped on by four decks of the land at the finish. The second race payouts: 1 Erica Shadow 270, 210, 210, 5 Rosella 340, 260, 3 Northern Bell 270, $2 exact or $11, dollar try 1625, dollar super 113.05. second race. Order finish from the top. 183, 5 place 4, 276. 4 place 5 and claim. Once again from the top down. 183, 4, 276, 5. And the claim of TC Scandal. Note the new trainer will be Corey Johnson. Fans note in race number 4, number 3 Sobble Play has 6 claims in 3 Sobble Play, and a claim on number 7 Fuzzy Wuzzy Was a Bear.
All right, folks. Well, it's time to take a look at race number 3. It is, of course, the start of our early pick 4. So start mapping out your winning wagers for that one. And we're on the trot, and this is for claimers of the $15,000 variety for non-winners of $25,000 life. And well, I went to number 3 in here, Twin B Hugs. But my theory in this race was that she might be lone speed, and I love the fact that she's dropping out of straight non-winners of 40,000 life and non-winners of 25,000 life to now this condition claiming event. The problem is the equipment change tells me maybe she won't be going to the front. They're blinkers to open on this one. I'm hoping she still is forwardly placed. I think that's probably her best path to victory. But I do like number 3, Twin B Hugs, as my top selection. 6-1 is a big price on this mare, that's for sure. Paul McKenzie in the bike, and I'm going to stick with her, even though I'm a little bit concerned with the equipment change. Just about the race strategy for number 3, Twin B Hugs. And for second, I went to number 4, Tom D. Baker. Reason being, similar change in classification, going from open non-winners of 20,000 life and 12,500 life to now this condition claiming event. Gets tagged for the first time in his career. This one, Tom D. Baker, and I liked what I've seen out of his last couple, anyways, here at Grand River. I think he should be good enough to get a big piece in here. He's 2-1 on the board, and I think that 2-1, 5-2 is probably the appropriate price on number 4, Tom D. Baker. And then for third, I went to number 2, DJ Roy Hall. Dropped down into this class last time, did finish a nice second. Kind of came from off the pace. Patrick Shepard, got this one for the first time in that effort, and certainly, could take another step forward tonight. Even money in the board, probably a little too short for my liking. Patrick Shepard will be, in the bike as well. He's been, driving well as of late, and got some nice wins with St. K, and maybe he'll be able to get to the winner's circle with this one, DJ Roy Hall. But I certainly think that 6-5 is too short on that one right now. And then for fourth, I did go to number 1. Got the touch, rail control. Last time had the trailing post, ended up, closing throughout the mile to finish 4th. And with rail control tonight, should get away much better to get a piece of it. 13-1 on the board right now. That is probably a little higher than I expected on number 1. Got the touch, but I'm going to stick with number 3, Twin B Hugs, even though that equipment change does worry me a little bit, but the 6-1 price doesn't. That's a nice price right now in Twin B Hugs. I would doubt it's going to stay that high come post time, though. But again, this is the start of the early pick 4. Make sure you get your wagers in, and we'll come back after the post parade to take a further look at this contest with Gary Guy.
Field for the third on parade. One got the touch. Austin Sorry for Bob McIntosh and CSX Stables and Dave Boyle. Number 2 is DJ Roy Hall, Patrick Shepard for Triple S Equine. Number 3 is Twin Bee Hogs, Paul McKenzie for Francis Dumichel and Jackie McManus and Robert Daly. And number 4 is Tom D. Baker, Dag Henriksen for Harbor Racing. Number 5, Italian Grit, Travis Henry for Madeline Henry and the stable. And number 6, Atlanta Express, Colin Kelly for Jared Bako and Gary Brown. 7 is Scratch Field of 6, race number 3. Well, Rob, we have a difference of opinion between our 3 handicappers in this one. You've liked the 3 Twin Bee Hugs. In fact, enough to be your only pick in the pick 5 if it were alive. And, well, Mike likes number 4 Tom D. Baker, but I've gone differently. But look at number 3 Twin Bee Hugs. I understand your reasoning. In fact, you look at that 28 and 1 quarter, June the 30th here. This one probably has the most gate speed if that's the plan. Twin Bee Hugs and Paul McKenzie on the track right now.
She looks good on the track right now, and I'm certainly hoping that is the plan. You know, you look at her competition in her last few. She did get beat by DJ Roy Hall 4 back, but look at since then. Aim High Hanover, St. K. I don't know. I'd probably be willing to, take any price on those two, the last 2 rivals I mentioned. So I don't know. I think Twin Bee Hugs right now is a big overlay. Now it's 7-1. I think this looks like a pretty good spot for her, but like I said, I just get a little bit concerned with that switch to the open bridle.
I thought our June the 23rd line here, that first up line, and a mile of 59 and 3, I think that might have been the most impressive of the 3, even though it has a win in that pile. But Twin Bee Hugs, or rather has that front end effort, I should say, finishing 4th. Twin Bee Hugs, equipment change, 5-1. Let's look at number 4, Tom D. Baker, a horse that I've really liked. Had tough post positions, now gets a better post. And yet I didn't use this one on top. I might regret it, but one thing I did fault was the 21 starts and only 1 win and 4 top 3s. But Tom D. Baker has looked good.
Yeah, definitely. Again, this is another one moving into a condition claimer for the first time, and I can't stress enough, how big of a change that is. Going from open non-winners company to the condition claimers. So there's a price tag now on them for the first time, and the level of competition goes down significantly. And I think that Tom D. Baker's been racing well, and I know you've been on this one from outside post, so I thought you would have been on him tonight, Gary. Post 4 tonight, and I certainly think he's one of the main players in the race.
Well, I tend to watch for Dag Henriksen's trotters as well. I think he does a nice job with them, and I thought long and hard about Tom D. Baker, and I might be proven wrong, but I actually went to number 2, DJ Roy Hall, the 2-1 favorite. And DJ Roy Hall, as you mentioned, did beat Twin Bee Hugs a little while back, a few starts back. And I thought the last race actually battled hard, did a lot of work in that one to finish second to Titan's Dream. He wasn't going to catch Titan's Dream, but I thought he raced extremely well.
Yeah, Titan's Dream actually is a good measuring stick because Titan's Dream was, really, really impressive winner that night. Kind of lone speed and ran away with it. Listen, I like this horse. Second start, Patrick Shepard, and I think that this horse merits respect. Would love to know what the game plan is. This horse does possess gate speed, and when post 2, we should see it. But last time had post 2 and got away 5th. I don't know if that's going to work out tonight. If this horse is forwardly placed, though, I certainly think he's got a big chance.
A horse that could be lying in the weeds here. Down on the inside, number 1 got the touch. It's Austin Sorry and Bob McIntosh. Equipment change, open to blind bridle. Gets away from that trailer post, and before that, post 5, now to the inside. 59 and 4. Mile compares reasonably well in here and did close to get a 4th. Got the touch, 11-1. That could be the sleeper value.
Yeah, definitely. And again, last time was the first time in a condition claimer, so this will mark the second one. Trailing post last time, maybe across the line through it, even though, the effort was, decent overall anyways. Pole position, 11-1. I thought that was an overlay when we looked at the race a little while ago, and I still think it is right now.
Well, right now we have 2 DJ Roy Hall at 1-5, so some nice prices elsewhere. One that I wanted to use on my ticket, and I probably will get back to using this one, but the last time out made a break, but was racing well, and also flashed really well nicely here June the 30th. And Italian Grit makes an equipment change, flip-flops to aluminum shoes up front.
I cannot stress how big of a change that is, and I'll be honest, Gary, if I knew that going into my selections tonight, this horse would have been on there. Flip-flops are what they sound like. They're flip-flops for horses, and when you move to aluminum, you're now looking for more speed. and I think this one could jump up with a much better effort tonight. Made a break last time after sitting the 2-hole. I don't know. I would have probably put Italian Grit in my top 3 if I had had those changes when I made my selections. And this is one of those ones I was mentioning earlier on that you might have to make an adjustment and use somewhere on your ticket.
Well, currently sitting at 7-1. The money's all on number 2, DJ Roy Hall at 1-5. Taking up positions. Got the touch, and DJ Roy Hall on the inside. In the center, Twinbee Hugs and Tom D. Baker and Italian Grit to the outside. Atlanta Express. Field of 6. Third dash. They've reached the top of the stretch. Here they come. Field for the third is at the start of the rough, and Twinbee Hugs and Tom D. Baker. Atlanta Express to the outside, got the touch on the inside. Then DJ Roy Hall, and then Italian Grit. They work on into the backstretch, and Twinbee Hugs was able to get the early lead, and then got the touch on the inside. His second, Tom D. Baker, is now racing third, and DJ Roy Hall is relaxed away fourth, and now is going to come to the outside. And then it is back to Atlanta Express as they race their way on to the opening quarter. And then Italian Grit is back trailing the field. And quickly moving is DJ Roy Hall, wanting to come on and grab the lead from Twinbee Hugs. It's an opening quarter at 28-4. And DJ Roy Hall made a break in stride trying to make it to the lead. Lost some ground about 2 or 3 lengths and has recovered, but now is racing third. And that is Twinbee Hugs with the lead. On the inside, got the touch in the pocket. Here comes DJ Roy Hall on the outside again. And then racing on the inside, position fourth is Tom D. Baker. And then Atlanta Express and back to Italian Grit. Alpha 28-4 opening quarter. The half was 59 seconds. A 30-1 second panel breather as they work their way into the backstretch. Twinbee Hugs and on the inside got the touch, and then DJ Roy Hall and then Tom D. Baker. Atlanta Express and Italian Grit. It's Twinbee Hugs. Here comes DJ Roy Hall hoping to mount another challenge and got the touches down to the inside. Atlanta Express is racing position to fourth, and from the backfield now, Italian Grit is sent out wide and is closing. And to the inside is Tom D. Baker. Twinbee Hugs getting some urging. DJ Roy Hall hasn't gone away. And on the inside got the touch. And now Italian Grit on the outside, 3 wide. Showing that Grit 3 wide on the final turn. 3/4, 129-3. And it is Twinbee Hugs and Italian Grit. And down to the inside got the touch. And DJ Roy Hall. And then Atlanta Express on down the stretch ride. Twinbee Hugs. And here comes Italian Grit. Twinbee Hugs, Italian Grit. Twinbee Hugs is able to hold on. Italian Grit was a closing second, and then it was Atlanta Express with got the touch for third. 2-1-1. Twinbee Hugs got challenged, but did have enough left to get the job done for you, Rob.
Yeah, definitely. It kind of worked out the way I'd hoped, and I guess I shouldn't have been, so worried about that equipment change. And maybe I was trying to talk myself off a winner here, but this was my pick 5 single, and I thought one of the better plays on the card, I'll be honest. And I was shocked when we saw 6 or 7-1, and I'm still shocked this horse went off at 3-1 because I thought she was low in speed. She ended up being exactly that. The half win 59-4. I was pretty confident when they got there, and of course DJ Roy Hall making that miscue helped her chances as well. But Italian Grit is one that we saw a big improvement tonight. Flip-flops to aluminum, I can't stress again how big of a change that is. When you see that, you've got to jump on it. And, 3-1 and a 5-1, this should be a solid exacta.
Yeah, it was beaten just a neck with Italian Grit, so certainly one to keep the eye out for next time. And also when DJ Roy Hall, he was looking good before he made that break, but after the break, I thought he looked a little bit rough in spots. Not excessively so, but he kept trying to mount a challenge. So if they get things sorted out with him, he still did look pretty good before the break.
Oh, definitely. I think that's one that, maybe, you just watch for next time. And I'd love to see him on the lead, and that's where he was trying to get to. Again, selfishly tonight, I needed Twinbee Hugs for my selections, and it's too bad our pick 5 is already dead. But I think DJ Roy Hall is one that's going to, make progress. And, if he can mind his manners next time, he'll be right there.
It came in 3-5-1-6. Number 6, Atlanta Express at 25-1. Was able to get up for fourth, so that can help the superfected ticket. But Twinbee Hugs and Paul McKenzie, A 4-year-old muscle mass bay mare owned by Francis Dumichel and Jackie McManus and Robert Daly. Francis Dumichel is the trainer, and it is the second win this year and the sixth lifetime Twinbee Hugs. And Paul McKenzie delivers another big load of potatoes. The third race payouts. 3 Twinbee Hogs, 835, 2275. Italian Grit, 540 and 480. And one got the touch 270. $2 exactor, 101.10. Dollar try, 114.70. And dollar superfecta, 483.80. The third race, order of finish from the top, 361524. That's 361524.
All right. Well, Twinbee has got the job done for us at 3-1. We're going to turn the page, though, to race number 4. And this is back to the pace now for $8,500 claimers. And I think Sabo Play is going to take a lot of action. I do like his chances. That's number 3, Sabo Play. But I am going to go elsewhere for my top selection. That's number 4, Shadow Me the Money. And this horse is actually trained by who had Sabo Play, on his current win streak. He won 3 out of 4 for Terry Gallant. And I'm going to go to the Terry Gallant entry here, and that's number 4, Shadow Me the Money. Getting back on the Lasix program after not being able to use it last time at Clinton and non-winners of 2000 last 3. Didn't have any chance on that one, getting away 7th off the gate and finishing in that position. But if you look down to his efforts before that at Georgian Downs, it was a non-winners of 1,500 last 3, but look at who he's been racing against. We did that with Twinbee Hugs last race. And the competition, you got Excalibur Sealster, YS Lotus. Before that at Hanover, Carson Shadow. I would be willing to bet any one of those horses in this race tonight. And the low price of $8,500 now on the claiming tag. Last time this one was tagged, it was the $10,000 claiming handicap at Mohawk Park. Granted, he wasn't really competitive, but this is still a much easier group than that. So I'm going to go to number 4, Shadow Me the Money. And at that price right now, 12-1, I think that's a real big number on a horse that, has a right to improve and getting back to the claiming ranks, in here. And I think he's versatile, can do it anyway, too. He can certainly race forwardly placed or come from off the pace. But in for a second, I'm going to go with number 3, Sabo Play off the claim. And, has won 3 of his last 4. Last time, though, he was aided, though, by that slow second quarter. It was almost a 32-second second quarter. He was actually on the outside of his stablemate. So, they certainly weren't in any kind of hurry on the front end there. And this one did end up pulling away in the stretch. But, it was a first over effort, but I think it was a little easier than, it might look on paper. But he is certainly one that you have to respect, winning 3 of his last 4 and doing so, with ease in each one of those efforts. And then in for third, I did go to number 8, Phonin. He's a price play for me. Last time, this horse race was July the 2nd, but he got locked in, and Colin Kelly looked like he had a lot of horse turning for home with nowhere to go. I liked the effort on that occasion, and I think that Kyle Boston's horses get better with every start coming out of the shutdown. This is now the 4th start back. Granted, he did miss a couple of weeks. I think number 8, Phonin, though, might be a live long shot play in the exotics, especially the trifecta and superfecta wager. 22-1 on the board right now. I've got no problem throwing him on the ticket. And then in for 4th, I went to number 1, Barossa Blue Jeans. This horse has made a 3-wide move, later on in the mile in his last 3 efforts and his last 2 here at Grand River. Last time, he certainly pulled the trigger, early on and then kind of got hung out there. Still raced well to finish 4th. And I think that this one, with rail control today, if he gets a favorable trip, he's got a chance, even a winning chance. 7-2 is too short of a price for me on Barossa Blue Jeans, but he's one you certainly need to consider. We did see, that shoeing change prove positive for Italian Grit. We've got a similar shoeing change in this race on number 5, Friend Zone, steel to aluminum. So not the flip flop variety, but it is steel to aluminum. So they're looking for more speed at number 5, Friend Zone. He might be one you want to throw on the bottom end of your exotics as well. But we'll come back and we'll talk about this race a little more with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field 4, race number 4 on parade. 1, Barossa Blue Jeans, Scott Young for Bruce Goit. Number 2, May 2-4, Scott Culver, Sheldon Rose. Number 3, Sobble Play, Austin Sorry for Rebecca Geisel and Rick Ryer. 6 claims entered. Number 4, Shadow Me the Money, Paul McKenzie for Terry Gillette and Triple S Equine. 5 is Friend Zone, Brent McDonough for Michelle Bowen and Felix Racing. Number 6, Hercule JM, Travis Embry for Chantel Mitchell. And number 7, Fuzzy Wuzzy Was a Bear, Jason Ryan for Paul Tolmazoff and Ryan Slattery claim entered. Number 8, Phone In, Colin Kelly for Kyle Boston's and Brandon Boston's. And number 9 is Carwin's More, Travis Cullen for Tyler Nostat and Blue Shoe Investments. It's a field of 9 for race number 4. And right now we're going to take a look at Rob's top pick, number 4, Shadow the Money, who's currently at 4-1. As the fans are on 3, Sobble Play at 6-5. But Rob, you've opted to try to get a little bit of a price in here. Sobble Play with the 6 claims is likely to stay heavily back. That line going back June the 22nd at Georgian Downs, parked early, a mile of 54, and finished that mile in 28-2. That compares enormously well with the rest of the field in here.
Yes, definitely. And I was looking back at those replays, and while you're looking at a horse that's kind of finishing, as a fringe player, you look at the horse he's racing against. I would, like I said, I would bet any one of those horses in this race. Carson Shadow, YS Lotus. There's a plethora of horses there in this horse's recent form that I would certainly take. Last time at Clinton, you just want to cross a line through that one. Got away 7th, didn't really, wasn't able to make a move at any point. In a class so that I would say is more difficult than this one tonight. So 9-2 on the board, Gary. I'll certainly take a swing on number 4, Shadow Me the Money.
Number 3, Sobble Play is on the board right now at even money. And although you mentioned that last race maybe not being quite as hard as what it looks like on paper, this one has battled other tough trips and raced extremely well. During the past of 5 starts, this one all top 5 finishes. First start for trainer Rebecca Geisel had been with Terry Gallant. Sobble Play still should play pretty strongly in here.
Oh, certainly. Take nothing away from this horse. I was just, trying to figure out if it was worth looking for value or not. And I think that, this horse, merits big time respect, but isn't certainly, unbeatable in the race. He's trying to stay calm right now in the infield there with Austin Sorey, and a pile of claims on him again tonight, so there is no tomorrow, and I think he's going to come out with a decent effort again tonight, that's for sure. I'm just hoping that maybe Shadow Me the Money might get the better of him.
Number 8, Phone In, Colin Kelly for Kyle Boston's tough post position, but this one's shown the ability to close.
Yeah, definitely. And, last time he had a lot of horse, and I was just kind of banking on maybe if this one gets, even if he gets away, towards the back, if he can just get a clean trip and get an opportunity to, maybe pace late, he might be able to get on the ticket at 20-1. I thought he had a lot of horse last time. If he drew inside in this race tonight, I might have taken a shot on him as my top selection and was looking, for a price of maybe 12-1 or so.
Number 1, Barossa Blue Jeans. One of these days, he's not going to have to come 3 wide. Inside post position might be just that day, 4-1.
Yeah, definitely. If he could ever get a start where he can stay on the pylons and just try to, strut his stuff, late in the mile without having to swing too wide, I think he'd have a big chance. If you look at those last three, wide around the last turn, and his last two, he did it pretty early as well, and then kind of got hung out there. So with a softer trip, I certainly think Barossa Blue Jeans, has, a chance to win.
A horse that I want to look at next, one that you did not have in your top four and wasn't your fifth consideration when you talked about five friend zone. Number six, Hercules JM. I think this horse is going to race way better than 19 to 1. Been racing really, really well. Last race, fifth beaten too, but if you look down the lines, you see this one right hanging tough. Two races back. Right there was Sable Play, beaten half a length from off the pace. Chantal Mitchell's certainly had her share of success. Turk Henry and Hercules JM. I love the 20 to 1. My second choice in here.
Yeah, it was a toss-up for me between number one Barossa Blue Jeans or number six Hercules JM for my fourth selection. And I do like the last couple of efforts. The six hole probably deterred me a little bit. 20 to 1 is way too high of a price. Let's just be clear about that right now. I think you can definitely use this one underneath in your exotics for sure. It just came down to the one or the six for me, and I went with the one.
And if there was a little more gate speed on the inside, I would have liked 9 Carwin Spore because it's Travis Cullen and Tyler Nostad, and this horse has made the top 3 often. It's a field of 9 for race number 4, taking up their positions. Barossa Blue Jeans, May 2-4, Sabo Play. On the inside, in the center, Shadow Me the Money. Friend Zone to the outside, Hercules Jam. Fuzzy Wuzzy Was a Bear, and Phone In. The second tier, Carwin S'more. It's a field of 9, the fourth dash on a Wednesday night at Grand River Raceway. A wonderful Wednesday night. Here they come. Field is at the start of the rough. Barossa Blue Jeans, May 2-4, Shadow Me the Money, and also leaving is Hercules JM. And then to the outside, Fuzzy Wuzzy Was a Baron Phone In. They work into the backstretch. Barossa Blue Jeans fired from the inside and has the lead. May 2-4 is second. Fuzzy Wuzzy Was a Bear continues to march to the outside, and Hercules JM found a seat along to the inside, racing fourth. Phone In continues to march on the outside, and then on the inside is Shadow Me the Money, who is now racing sixth. Then it is back to Sabo Play, who is currently playing seventh, and then Carwin S'more to the outside, and Friend Zone is trailing the field. Barossa Blue Jeans at 7-2, past the opening quarter in a lively 27-1. May 2-4 is racing second. Fuzzy Wuzzy Was a Bear is going to have to bear it first up now, and then Hercules Jam is on the inside as they race off the turn, and working on the outside, following Fuzzy Wuzzy Was a Bear is Phone In. On the pylons is Shadow Me the Money, and then it is back to Carwin S'more and Sabo Play, and then we've got Friend Zone. Barossa Blue Jeans, half of 57 seconds. Right there in the pocket. May 2-4 is stalking Barossa Blue Jeans, and Phone In to the outside is advancing. Locked down to the inside is Hercules JM. Carwin S'more is moving up, and then it is back to Shadow Me the Money. Sabo Play is now playing on the outside, but still has a lot of work to do, and then Friend Zone and Fuzzy Wuzzy Was a Bear. But it is Barossa Blue Jeans leading on to three quarters. There goes May 2-4 right now, and scooting up the inside is Hercules JM, and then it is Carwin S'more. It is now May 2-4 and Scotty Coulter to take the lead. And on the inside, Barossa Blue Jeans, and then it was Carwin S'more, and Hercules JM is waiting for the passing lane. Looks alive, but has work to do. They come on down the stretch ride. It is May 2-4, Barossa Blue Jeans up the inside, Hercules JM, but May 2-4 at 35-1. On the outside, Shadow Me the Money picks up second. Then it might have been Hercules Jam on the inside. But May 2-4, you can buy more than 1-2-4 if you had this one on your win ticket, Rob.
Yeah, and I certainly wish I did, Gary. That race certainly, did not play out the way that I expected. That's for sure. Both the three Sabo Play number 4, Shadow Me the Money, ended up in impossible spots, really. And May 2-4, with a nice steer by Scott Coulter, was the benefactor to score at 35-1, and that's going to certainly make the pick 5 and the early pick 4 interesting.
We also see number 4, Shadow Me the Money, your top pick, at least eventually kicking in didn't have quite the trip that you might have wanted, and does show up, I believe, finishing second, coming. Others up the inside. Hercules AM kind of late to get up the passing lane because got stuck in behind Barossa Blue Jeans, who did all the work early.
Yeah, Shadow Me the Money got very unlucky in that race. Tried to leave out, and then Paul McKenzie realized, you know what, there's a lot of early speed in here. I'm going to kind of tuck down to the pylons. But when he did, a lot of the early horses that tried to leave ended up stuck on the outside, which then put this one in a really bad spot. He managed to get out, but when he got out, he was in a blind switch, and he did well, actually, to kind of get clearance to get up for second. Certainly, Shadow Me the Money is one you can come back to next time. I think he probably got the most troubled journey in the race.
And Hercules JM definitely outraced his odds, and had he have not been forced to wait so long to get the passing lane with a tiring Barossa Blue Jeans who still stuck around, he'd have been closer too.
Yeah, definitely. Big price too, 22 to 1 land the bottom of the try. This should be a real nice payout here in race number 4.
It is a 2-4-6-1, but 35 to 1 on May 2-4. A 10-year-old Royal Majesty Bay gelding. Scotty Coulter, the 10 Tornado victorious for Sheldon Rose. Sheldon Rose had May 2-4 in full bloom tonight, and it is a second win this year, 24th lifetime, May 2-4 in 157-4. The fourth race payoffs. Number 2, May 2-4, 75 30 $22.12. Number 4, Shadow Me the Money, 540 and 430. 6 Hercules JM, 670. $2 exactor, 364.20. Dollar try, 1125.65, and a 20-cent superfecta. Papa's getting some new power tools. $3,958.41. Ka-ching! The fourth race order finish from the tops of 416-273-895. That's 416-273-895. A couple of claims. Well, there were 6 claims in on 3 Sobel play. And the new trainer will be Terry Gallant. The new old trainer, Terry Gallant. And 7 Fuzzy Wuzzy Was It Bear? The new trainer on that one will be Gary Bishop.
All right, folks. Well, it's time to take a look at race number 5. It's the money leg of our Pick 5 wager. And wow, I just saw the payouts. And, well, the 2, 3, and 4 are all paying just under $7,000. And the 5 is just paying just under $2,000. So good luck if you're still alive. Those of you who are not cheering for the carryover, 1, 6, 8, and 9 will give us a carryover to Friday night. But let's take a look at this race number 5. It is on the trot for non-winners of $40,000 a lifetime. And, well, I did go to number 5, Gab in Motion. I don't usually like taking horses first off the bench. This horse has not raced since December the 23rd, but was a winner on that occasion at Mohawk Park and non-winners of 3. Qualified without trotting hobbles on June 29th, made a break in stride, put them back on July 13th, stayed flat, and qualified quite well, in my opinion, in 156 and 4, finishing 6th in that prep race to Oni Hall, who is a preferred type when he's on his game. So number 5, Gavin Motion, is my top selection. 9 to 5 is probably the price you can expect, or even less than that come post time. We'll have to mind his manners, but those efforts at Mohawk Park, in December and in late November were all rock solid, and I think any one of those efforts would probably land him in the winner's circle today. And for second, to number 3, Eternal Jewel. This one's been racing at Georgian Downs and non-winners of 3, non-winners of 4, and hitting the ticket frequently. Has not won those since racing south of the border on May the 28th. I just think that this one, has a license to hit the ticket. Has done so in 8 of 14 this season. And, well, you got an inside post, Brett McDonald aboard. I think, a favorable trip certainly puts this one in the exacta, or at least the trifecta ticket. 5-1 on the board. Seems like a big price right now to me on number 3, Eternal Jewel. Number 4, Credit Skill. I like the way this one raced last time here in this class. Finished second, sat an inside trip. And, I think that St. K definitely got the jump on this one in that effort. And I would certainly have no problem betting St. K back in this class tonight. This one did have to wait for the passing lane, came up it, and I thought raced pretty well. So Credit Skill right now, an overlay to me at 8-1, and one you certainly should consider in your exotic wagers. And then in for fourth, I went down to the inside, number 1, Lifelong Wish. This horse has been racing predominantly in the OSS grassroots. This year hasn't had much success in them, but last year certainly did. Was a winner, on 3 occasions over the season, and did finish second in the eliminations for the final of the grassroots before finishing 8th in that championship race back in October. But I think Lifelong Wish, has a reason to improve. Third start off the layoff, and certainly, probably facing easier now than what he has been facing in his last couple of efforts. 6-1, about the right price, number 1, Lifelong Wish. Anyways, good luck if you're alive in that pick 5 wager, but if you're not, you can start off at pick 3 in this one. This is the start of the pick 3, and we'll come back and talk about this 5th dash a little more with Gary Guy after the post break.
The fifth race on parade. One Lifelong Wish. Travis Henry for Pam Forgan, Don Scholdice, and number 2 is Sebastian Ray. Jason Ryan for a numbered company from Ottawa. Number 3, Eternal Jewel. Ramadana for Jared Bothwell. Number 4, Credit Skill. Travis Cullen for Tyler Nostad and Blue Shoe Investments. Number 5, Gab in Motion. Scott Kohler for Tony O'Sullivan and Hut Racing. Number 6, Easton Ivy. Paul McKenzie for Stephen Doyle and Henry Drong. 7 is scratched. Number 8 is Magic's Wizard. Austin Sorry for Anthony Beaton and Don Lashid. And number 9 is Black 7. George Ketros drives and trains and owns. Well, Rob, we have some people with Pick 5 tickets alive that will be extremely interested in this race with the big payoffs looming. The 2, 3, 4, and 5 alive. And we're going to look at number 5, Gab in Motion first. First start of the year, that might be a concern, but when you see that qualifier 56-4 and a 56-4 back half, less concerned.
Yeah, definitely. Oni Hall is one that can race in the preferred when he's on his game. GP Dream is a nice one too. I mean, there was a real solid qualifying field, and you can't really hold it against this one. They got beat 10 lengths. If you go back to those lines last winter at Mohawk Park, I think any one of those efforts puts him in the winner's circle today. Looks good on the track right now. Looks alert, ears are up, and looks pretty solid on his feet.
Plus, Tony O'Sullivan's a very highly regarded trainer, done a lot of winning in his career, and certainly can send them out ready to rock and roll. Gab in Motion, right now 4-5. 1 of 4 live in the Pick 5. If you have the 4-5 favorite with a Pick 5 ticket paying massively, you're very motivated to watch this race. Number 3, Eternal Jewel, has been doing nothing wrong. I mean, he's been racing consistently well, but doesn't yet have a win during those last string of races at Georgian Downs, but has been able to leave well, be in the hunt, and should be a factor again.
Yeah, and this one, she's always kind of been more of a prize getter, more so than a winner, and I think that's why I think she's got a really good chance to hit the ticket tonight. Has hit the board, in how many this year? In 8 of 14 this year, certainly does so with high frequency throughout her career as well. I just don't know if she's one that you'd want to back to win, especially at 7-2. I think she'll land somewhere on the trifecta.
Number 4, Credit Skill, came from Dresden to race here last time out. Tyler Nostad sent this one out. Tyler's got some substantial win numbers, and this horse raced the horse St. K that you love, and was right there respectable, beaten just 2.
And I thought you'd be all over this one, Gary, because in the post-race analysis, we both pointed out that he had to wait for the passing lane, and then, St. K certainly got the jump on him, and it was a respectable second-place finish, only getting beat 2 lengths. So I think the Credit Skill's got a big chance to, finish in behind Gab in Motion. Maybe even if that one isn't ready or makes a mistake, might be able to find the winner's circle. And 5-1 certainly seems like a good price.
A little bit of advice, Rob. Never think you know what I'm going to do. Number 1, Lifelong Wish, gets the inside at 8-1. I tell you, 2 starts this year. That last one spent a lot of energy early, but I didn't like the way it tailed off so much in the late going.
Yeah, definitely a concern for me as well. But looking at some of those horses, the OSS Grassroots, sometimes some real good ones slip in there, and not saying that's the case in this one's last 2, but Rail Control tonight, post 6 in his last 2, third start off the bench, certainly has a reason to improve tonight. Not sure if I would really say this horse is a win candidate, but I certainly wouldn't leave him off my exotics at 12-1.
There's number 9, Black 7 on the screen, and one that, maybe you have to give another thought, because Lifelong Wish definitely can leave. Black 7 last race, even if Black 7 doesn't get a trip, it was almost 14 lengths back at the quarter, beaten only 3/4 by St. K. Black 7, 25-1. Could be dangerous in here.
Yeah, and he's raced well in his last 2. That last one was an eye-catching one because he had to do so much work to get into the race from out of it. And 2 back, he went to the lead and, didn't get beat much either. So a little bit surprised with the trailing post. This one's 30-1. If he gets away, well enough off the gate, he can certainly hit the ticket.
And there's number 2, Sebastian Ray, the other one of the 5, or 4 horses rather, that are alive in the Big 5. Jason Ryan, this one raced well from off the pace last time at Georgian. Now gets a better post and was beaten just half a length to St. K. Only 2 races to go here.
Definitely, almost $7,000 on the line for the person who's alive with Sebastian Ray. So good luck to them.
Well, we have some very interested spectators watching the 2, 3, 4, and 5 here with the Big 5 alive with big payoffs. We'll field for race number 5, taking up positions, Lifelong Wish. Sebastian Ray on the inside. Eternal Jewel, Credit Skill, Gab in Motion in the center, Easton Ivy, Magic's Wizard, and from the second tier, Black 7. It's a field of 8. 5th race trotters into the stretch, gathering speed. Here they come. Field for the 5th race is at the start of the offing. Credit Skill will leave out very well. And then Easton Ivy and down to the inside. Lifelong Wish, and that's Eternal Jewel racing position 4th as they race on around the turn. Then it is back to Sebastian Ray. On the outside, Gab in Motion. Then Black 7. And trailing is Magic's Wizard, Credit Skill. And Travis Cullen's got the lead. Easton Ivy is racing in the pocket. Lifelong Wish is 3rd. Then it's Eternal Jewel, who's racing position 4th as they roll on to the opening quarter. Black 7 made a break in stride. Now 5th is Gab in Motion. On the inside, 6th, Sebastian Ray. And then Magic's Wizard as they race their way around the turn of a 28-4 opening quarter. And it is Credit Skill with the lead for Travis Cullen. Advantages a couple of lengths. Credit Skill at 7-1. Easton Ivy at 20-1 is racing second. And then Lifelong Wish is on the inside 3rd, but now is angled to the outside and is going to come right now. Then Eternal Jewel is racing 4th, and then Gab in Motion, Magic's Wizard, and Black 7 off a half of 58-2. They are about to turn into the backstretch. And it is now Credit Skill getting a challenge from Lifelong Wish to the outside. Lifelong Wish at 12-1 is challenging Credit Skill as they race on down the backstretch. Easton Ivy is 3rd and is about 2.5 lengths from the front. And then it is Eternal Jewel. And then Gab in Motion is 5th, is closing ground rapidly now, but has a lot of work to do, but is really coming. 58-2 at halftime. And it is Lifelong Wish to the outside, trying to get the better of Credit Skill. They're striding together. Here comes Gab in Motion. Gab in Motion is in high-speed motion now, 3 wide. Credit Skill, Gab in Motion, Lifelong Wish, and then Easton Ivy. But now Gab in Motion has motioned right up to take the lead and is gone on the field. Gab in Motion as Scotty Coulter just sits still there, coming to the finish and wins it. And then it is Credit Skill, Easton Ivy, and Lifelong Wish. 158-1. Gab in Motion. If you had him at the half, you're a little worried. But then when he made his move, my Lord, it was obvious that he was going by on that final turn.
Yeah, and it was a real nice drive by Scott Coulter. If you saw him, Gary, on the backside for the second time, when the battle was raging up front, I just saw him shake the lines at Gab in Motion, and wow, did he ever respond. He moved to the outside, and this horse just found another gear and really showed his class and resembled the horse that we saw before his layoff when he was doing really well at Mohawk Park, and he was on cruise control to the wire. Really, really nice win for Gab in Motion.
Yeah, first start of the year, but I thought that back half in the qualifier tipped the hand that Gab in Motion would be ready. And I'll tell you, Scotty Coulter knew that he had a lot of horse because he wasn't afraid to sit that far back. He didn't seem all that concerned.
No, he didn't. And, I think that he was just waiting to time it, and he timed it pretty well. Because, like I said, when he asked Gab in Motion just to step it up a little bit, he didn't just do that. He stepped it up all that and then some as he cruised past the field.
Number 4, Credit Skill. It was definitely a very nice effort to Travis Cullen flying out early and still did manage to stick around to be second best. Definitely no disrespect to lose to Gab in Motion, but a solid effort by Credit Skill.
Oh, definitely, and had to take on Lifelong Wish and battle tooth and nail, for a good part of that mile there and fended that one off. And then Easton Ivy, who ended up right on his helmet, usually that horse might be the benefactor and go by him up the inside. Didn't do so. Credit Skill, held on to second. I thought it was a really nice effort. Now two nice efforts in a row for number 4, Credit Skill.
Back in front of us will be the winner of race number 5. It's number 4, Gab in Motion, the 4-year-old Archangel Bay horse on Hunt Racing, trained by Tony O'Sullivan. First win this year, first start this year, 6th win lifetime. It is the driving double for the Tan Tornado Scotty Coulter, 2 for 10 on a Wednesday night at Grand River Raceway. Fifth race payouts, 5 Gab in Motion, 320, 330, 310. For Credit Skill, 630, 356 East and Ivy, 430. $2 exactor, $50.90, $1 try, $73.80, superfecta, $426.15. And the pick 5. The pick 5 is a 20-cent pick 5. $1,599.47. Ka-ching. Fifth race order finish from the tops of 486 213 scratch 57. That's 486 213 scratch 57.
All right, well, now it's time to take a look at race number 6. It is the money leg of the pick 4. Some nice payouts in that wager as well. So good luck if you're still alive. And it's also our super high 5, which is one of my favorite wagers here at Grand River Raceway. Start mapping out your tickets because the payouts are usually quite large on that wager. This is on the trot for non-winners of 5,000 life. And while I went to number 1, Chamois Hall, impressive winner last time in this class. Had the 7-hole, got away 7th, and when she was angling to the outside, she made a break in stride when the horse kind of came underneath her abruptly, and well, she actually ended up quite a ways out of it. She lost quite a few lengths before coming back on, making a big move and winning in 2:02 and 1. The time might not look all that impressive, but it stacks up well against this group, and it was the way that she recovered from that break in stride, and made a miscue, on her own the week before as well. But a real impressive winner from the 7-hole last time, and now gets the pole position. Obviously we'll have to mind her manners, but she's one that if she does, she's got to be tough to beat off that latest effort. In for second, I went to number 9, Ranger Rob. I know that Gary liked this one last time at a long price, and I think this 3-year-old colt, should be able to, follow Chamois Hall and hopefully follow Chamois Hall to the promised land and finish second, or maybe even get the better of that one. 6-1 now on the board. Thought the last effort was definitely, a solid one against Run Like Hill, and only got beat half a length, and they were kind of, head and shoulders the best to their rivals on that occasion on July the 7th. In for third, I went to number 3, Dior Hall, one I've been kind of chasing as a price play. Last time finished 5th after getting an inside trip. Another decent post now tonight. And I think this one has a chance to maybe get down to the pylon, sit another favorable journey, and maybe get a piece of it. Right now, 9-1. Was hoping for a bigger price on number 3, Dior Hall. And then at number 6, Headline Maker. He's a rookie, but he's 1 for 1 in his career. He has not tasted defeat yet. He was an impressive winner on July the 9th, but that was against horses his own age, fellow 2-year-olds. And I think this is a much tougher spot for him today. But, you certainly can't, fault going with a horse that, has not tasted defeat yet. 8-1 on the board. He'd be a horse to use on my trifecta and superfecta ticket. Number 6, Headline Maker. And then for the 5th spot, bottom end of the super high 5, I went to number 7, War We Whiz. And the reason being, last time this one drew in from, as the number 10, as the also eligible, got the 8-hole, and I kind of just discounted him from any chance. And he left out and got the lead for all the way from the 8-hole, and, made a decent account of himself to finish 4th. Only got beat just over a length. So 7-hole tonight, but if he flashes that same early speed, he might be a big part of this. 4-1, a little bit shorter than I was expecting on War We Whiz, but he certainly has a chance to land somewhere on the super high 5 ticket. That's the way that I see it, folks. Number 1, Chamois Hall over the 9, Ranger Rob. Number 3, Dior Hall. Number 6, Headline Maker. And number 7, War We Whiz. But we'll come back and talk about this super high 5 contest a little bit more with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the sixth on parade. 2, M&M's, Gino Toscani for Herb Holland, and Gino is also the owner. Number 3, Dior Hall, Anthony Hunt for Sylvain Fontaine. Number 4, Infinity Stone, it's Brian Dunbar for John Sinclair. And 5 is Sandoran Hall, George Ketros for Mary Ketros and Mario Hebert. And number 6 is Headline Maker, Matthew Bax for John Bax and Bax Stable in Glengate Farms. Number 7 is Where We Whiz, Scott Calder for Ted McDonnell and Leonard Gamble and Legendary Standard Farm. And number 8 is Monsoon Hanover, Dag Henriksen for Daniel Serafian. And 9, Ranger Rob, Ryan Holiday for Dave Holiday and Ben Holiday. And there is 1, Chamois Hall, Austin Sorry for Mitchell Tierney and Triple S Equine. Field of 9, the Super High 5. We'll take a look at this field. And, well, Rob, 1 Chamois Hall. Man, you just absolutely have to be impressed with this one last time out. That interference break, as you mentioned, and came on to win, was 20-1 in that start. Well, you're not getting 20-1 now. Now, moves in from post position 7. But you do see this one also racing here 3 races ago. Post 1 and got interfered early in that one. Then came first up, and still, that was a solid third. Beaten by Peter Crown. We saw Peter Crown race well earlier. Good measuring stick. Chamois Hall, I think it's the one to beat at 2-1.
Yeah, I certainly agree, Gary. And you know what? Last time it was also the Robert off angle because I picked this one 2 starts ago at 7-1 from the 7 hole, and then last time getting the job done at 20-1, and it was a real rock solid effort. I watched that replay a few times, and you know she did lose significant ground when she made that break in stride, and still came on and went past her rivals to win by half a length. It looks good on the track right now, and 2-1 is actually a little bit higher than I expected on Chamois Hall.
Well, number 9, Ranger Rob, took a bunch of early money. Look, 17-1 last time. Don't remind me that I almost got this one. Beaten by the 8 horse, Ranger Rob, beaten half a length, raced really well. The problem will be the trailer post, but there should be gate speed. Ranger Rob's getting a lot of action. You love this one. Your second choice now. I've talked you into this horse.
Yeah, definitely. You did. After that last effort, you know, this is just the 3rd start of his career and, you know, nice progression through the starts so far and, you know, didn't miss by much last time. And you know, it was a wide margin back to the 3rd place finisher on that occasion. And I certainly think that Ranger Rob has a reason to even take another step up today against this group. Hopefully he can follow Chamois Hall. And if that one can, you know, get away well off the gate, then, you know, it's certainly Ranger Rob's chances go up dramatically.
Number 3, Dior Hall, is definitely taking some money as well. 9-2 on the board. I think the effort here that piques my interest and got me to think this horse is good was that June 23rd Grand River here. Post position 8, got away the pocket from post 8 and stuck around for the top 4. The last 2, one with a break, and then the other one, it was okay, but I think Dior Hall, I think there's more there. This could be a good spot for this one to flash us a top 3 finish.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I'm a little bit surprised, actually, the 5-1 price, and you know maybe others are seeing what we see. I thought that this one might be a little bit higher, now creeping up to 6-1. Certainly a on-the-ticket play for me. I've been kind of using this one in trifectas and supers for the last few starts. Haven't got him on the try yet. Maybe it happens tonight.
Number 6, Headline Maker, is one that I toyed with the idea of using this one on top. It's actually my second choice, Headline Maker, and your 4th. I was really impressed with just how he looked on the track last race. He finished them out really sharply, 29-2 final quarter. I know that this class looks to be a little tougher, but he really looked the part.
Yeah, he did. I was impressed by the effort. You know, 6 hole tonight. I generally, you know, until we get a little bit later in the season, don't like taking youngsters against older horses. But the one thing he's got going for him is he's got 100% win percentage, where a lot of other horses in this race are a little bit camera shy. So, you know, 3-1, certainly shorter than I'd be willing to take, but I wouldn't fault anyone for saying, you know what, I'm going to take a swing on Headline Maker here.
And there's Scotty Calder looking to make it a 3rd win on the evening. Last race had post 8 and raced really well. Look at the winner, Chamois Hall. And after leaving from post 8, still managed to stick around and be beaten less than 2 lengths to Chamois Hall. It really proved something to us. Where we whiz, you get 10-1. This is a tough one to leave off the ticket.
Yeah, definitely. The last effort was a good one, and we kind of mentioned that right after the race. We were surprised that this horse was able to race so well from that outside post, and what's really changed this time around? Not much. Post 7 is actually a little bit better, and 10-1 on the board. I certainly think this is one you need to use in your exotics.
And I'll tell you one thing, number 8, Monsoon Hanover. I understand why people aren't betting this filly. Made breaks last time out and also post position 8, but she has flashed some really nice wheels. If she could find a way to stay flat and get a trip, you just might have a 25-1 shot landing on the ticket. Field for race number 6 taking up their position. Chamois Hall, M&M's, and Dior Hall on the inside. Infinity Stone and Sandoran Hall in the center of the outside. Headline maker Warwe Wiz and Monsoon Hanover second tier Ranger Rob. Field of 9 trotters, the 6th race, featuring the Super High 5, and they are at the top of the stretch. Here they come. And off stride, Chamois Hall makes a break, and Dior Hall is also off stride. Sandoran Hall. Now Warwe Wiz is going to fly from the outside, and Warwe Wiz is able to come on and get the lead. And now racing second, Sandoran Hall, and then it is Infinity Stone, and also a break from M&M's, and Headline Maker is racing position to 4th, and then Ranger Rob now is racing 5th from the trailer post. They race on towards that opening quarter, and then racing position 6th is Monsoon Hanover. Chamois Hall is 7th and has a lot of work to do off that early break. They race their way on past the opening quarter, and Warwe Wiz past the opening panel, and it's a Warwe Wiz at 13-1 who's got the lead. Now Headline Maker has broken stride. It is Warwe Wiz, and racing second, Sandoran Hall. A long shot at 99-1 is racing second, and advancing to the outside, Chamois Hall is moving up and trying to make a recovery, and is moved up to take over second. Then Sandoran Hall is third. Then Ranger Rob is advancing to the outside, and Infinity Stone and Monsoon Hanover off a half of 1 minute and 1 off that 28-4 opening quarter. They turn into the backstretch. Warwe Wiz and Scotty Coulter. Chamois Hall to the outside. On the inside, Sandoran Hall is still in the front 3. Ranger Rob is moving up second over and is advancing, but it is still Warwe Wiz who's got the front. Warwe Wiz leads as they march on to the 3/4. Chamois Hall is racing second. Sandoran Hall, and then Ranger Rob is still well situated on the back of Chamois Hall, and then it is Infinity Stone and Monsoon Hanover. Warwe Wiz and Scotty Coulter has dug in gamely on the lead, though. There goes Ranger Rob now, ranging up 3 wide, trying to collar Warwe Wiz, but Warwe Wiz is sharp as they turn for home. And Warwe Wiz on down the stretch rod they come, and Warwe Wiz and Scotty Coulter relaxed at the finish. We've seen this picture earlier this evening. Sandoran Hall is second, Chamois Hall was third, then Ranger Rob and close for 5th. 202 flat. It was Warwe Wiz and Scotty Coulter. The whole complexion of this race changed dramatically with those breakers at the start, including Chamois Hall. Rob.
Yeah, a lot of breakers at the start of the contest, and we had mentioned, Warwe Wiz got to the front from the 8-hole last time, can certainly do so from the 7-hole, and also Scott Coulter did, and with all the confusion and braking going on behind him, certainly made for an easy effort and win for Warwe Wiz.
And, of course, the inquiry sign will go up, and judges reviewing those breakers, and one Chamois Hall at the start along with others making breaks. But I'll tell you, Warwe Wiz, Scotty Coulter, I thought maybe a little bit heading into the final turn, maybe there was a shot for Ranger Rob, but Warwe Wiz showed no signs of letting up.
No, he certainly, trotted away from them in the stretch, and last time it was certainly a nice effort. Now gets back into a regular rotation this time, and I think I shied away from the 7-hole. Did put this horse in the bottom end of my Super High 5 ticket, but he raced really well today to get the job done.
I think one thing we saw this evening, if all things being equal, if Chamois Hall can stay flat, relatively speaking, I think is the best one in here, just based on what we saw.
Yeah, she might be. I could certainly go along with that, even though I do think that, Warwe Wiz, turned in a pretty solid effort tonight, but Chamois Hall to still finish third after that miscue. Certainly one that if she minds her manners, she's probably going to land on the winner's circle, but not the case tonight. But I'll tell you one thing, Gary, this is going to be a nice high 5 ticket. with Sandor and Hall in the second spot at Wayne Gretzky to 1.
And also, I mentioned number 8, Monsoon Hanover might sneak onto the ticket. 50 to 1 was able to stay flat from post position 8. 75198. We're going to get another huge payoff here in the 6th race, and we get a third win on the evening. Scotty Coulter with 7 Warraway Wiz, a 3-year-old Cadabra Bay colt owned by Leonard Gamble and Ted McDonnell and Legendary Standardbred Farms. Ted McDonnell is the trainer. Scotty Coulter, third on the night for the Tan Tornado. First win for Warraway Wiz, 202 flat. Fans, the judges' ruling pertaining to the start that number 1 Chamois Hall, who finished third, did not violate the braking regulations. The judges also reviewing the start pertaining to 9 Ranger Rob and ruling that 9 Ranger Rob received a fair start. The inquiry sum will go down. 75198 is the top 5. The sixth race payouts. Number 7, War We Whiz, $29.90. 820 and 450. 5 Sandoran Hall, $69.40 and $17 and 1 Chamois Hall, $2.90. $2 exactor, $544.30. Dollar try, $1,081.40. The win for $2,913.60 on a dollar ticket. And the 20-cent high five on big payoff night at the river. A 20-cent high five, $2,416.60. Ka-ching again. Fans in this seventh race know to claim entered 3 Senior Beach Babe. Race 7, claim entered 3 Senior Beach Babe. The sixth race order finish from the tops at 389, 627, 154.
All right, folks, we're going to change Wonderful Wednesday to Wild Wednesday because the payouts tonight have been incredible. Some real long price horses coming in all over the ticket. Let's hope that continues throughout the night. We're now moving on to race number 7. Scott Coulter just got a natural hat trick, and I think he might be in line for a natural grand slam. He's looking for 4 in a row, and I think he's got a good chance to do so as he's got number 1, How McFeisty, in this claiming event for fillies and mares on the pace. Price tags of $10,500, $12,500, and $15,000. This one does draw the inside. And, well, if you remember her effort on June the 16th, she was much the best in non-winners of 2000 last 3. Since then, 2 efforts at Mohawk Park and against Tougher. Finished second, 2 back, went overland to finish 5th last time. Now the pole position. I really think the Hal McFeisty, I think it's her race to lose, and I think she finds the winner's circle tonight. For second, to number 3, SR Beach Babe. Last time in the bottom condition at Mohawk Park, finished 5th, and raced pretty well here in this class 2 back. Was flying late to finish 3rd. And might have been able to get there if she had got more of a clean trip on that occasion. But I think she might be racing for the place spot tonight because I think Hal McFeisty might just be better than this group. In for 3rd, I went to number 2, Stargazing Cruiser. Nice inside post to work from. Last time here at Grand River, 2 starts back, got away 8th off the gate. No chance from there. Closed up to finish 4th, and well, maybe from the 2-hole tonight, Scott Young can get this one forwardly placed to hit the ticket. 7-1 on the board is about the right price on number 2, Stargazing Cruiser. And then I went to number 5, Zealous Sealster. Definitely a disappointing effort on July the 7th. Got away in the 2-hole, ended up backing up. I thought this one would show more on that occasion, but maybe she rebounds tonight with a better effort. 8-1 right now on the board. A little shorter than I expected on this one, especially with number 1, Hal McFeisty, taking all the support right now. 3-5 on the board. My top selection, Hal McFeisty. Think it is her race to lose, but we'll come back and talk about it a little further with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the 7th on Parade 1. Hal McFeisty, Scott Coulter, Steve Coulter, and Steve Adams. Number 2, Stargazing Cruiser, Scott Young for Sheldon Rose. Number 3 is Senior Beach Babe. It's Colin Keller for Jim Ellis and Stephen Binkley. And for Stricanza, Travis Henry for Pam Forkey and Dr. Steve Taylor. Number 5, Zealous Sealster, Travis Cullen for Cassidy Schneider. And number 6, Sugar Shadow, Bruce Richardson for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider. Field of 6, race number 7, a compact field. And Rob, I don't think we're going to get a big payout here. In fact, I really am with you that number 1, Hal McFeisty, is the one to beat in here. There are 2 classy horses, the 1 and 3 in here. We both like them as the top 2. So they'd both have to go down for us to have a price. Hal McFeisty, Scotty Coulter, he's feisty tonight as well.
Yeah, he's got 3 in a row, looking for 4 in a row. And Hal McFeisty, was ultra impressive on June the 16th. First off the bench, and you can't really falter for her last 2. I thought she raced well in each of those as well. Hooks a softer group tonight. Looks fantastic on the track right now, buzzing around. And I think that, we'll see her trying to go down the road and hopefully find the winner's circle.
I've also loved Steve Coulter's barn in the past. He often puts up some solid numbers, some very solid numbers, and sends them out ready to go. You get the inside post position. We saw the gate speed here 3 starts ago. But in the past, I've seen this one fire from any post and go to the front. Always this mare's had some gate speed. Hal McFeisty, 4-5. There is number 3, Senior Beach Babe. $226,000 lifetime, 36 wins, and the claim is in. And now look at raced at Mohawk last race in 54-4. A decent outing, parked early. I thought the line here 2 races ago, pretty impressive off the pace to be beaten just a length and a quarter. Vines to Heaven, nice measuring stick there.
Yeah, definitely. Vines to Heaven, would be taking the support of Hal McFeisty in here, if not even more support, to be honest. And I thought that that effort was a rock solid one. She came flying late, and, with a cleaner trip, she might have actually, got into the place spot or even possibly won the race. Last time, Mohawk Park, decent enough effort. I think she's, clearly the second best in here and the only one that really, has Hal McFeisty within reach.
Number 2, Stargazing Cruiser, is currently bet at 4-1. I don't like that price because I really think the first 2 that we mentioned, the 1 and 3, are clearly the best in here. But a lot of love. But the one thing to note, the 2 starts here, one a first-up trip, and the other one was way back after not leaving and yet still raced very well. Those were 2 solid outings. The one at Kawartha, you do see some speed through the mile, but still, another thing that I faulted Stargazing Cruiser, and not that I don't like this mare, but 2 wins in the past 40 starts.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with that, Gary, and that's why I don't really know if she's a win candidate in here. I think she's got a tough hill to climb against both Hal McFeisty and number 3 SR Beach Bay, but I think she's one that can certainly land underneath. But I'll be honest, I'm a little bit surprised that she was taking as much support on the win ticket. Even at 5-1 seems a little bit short to me.
Now, Sheldon Rose does have a win on the evening, looking for a second here. There is number 5, Zealous Silster, Travis Cullen for Cassidy Schneider. One with 25 wins lifetime, but hasn't really got going this year. The qualifier here, back June the 3rd, was good, and then so far things haven't come together. In fact, they've been kind of falling apart. Maybe Zealous Silster could be freshened up now, being out 14 days.
Yeah, I think that might be the key to this one. Hopefully, whatever was maybe bothering this one last time, because it was an underwhelming effort on July the 7th. Maybe it's been rectified and she comes up with a better effort today. I think she's certainly better than what she showed on that occasion. And, maybe she puts it together tonight to the tune of 16-1 to land somewhere on the trifecta or super.
A horse that I didn't know what to make of, number 4, Stricanza, Travis Henry for Pam Forkey. This one did a lot of work last year, winning at Charlottetown, 7 wins in 16 starts, $50,000 as a 3-year-old, and hit the top 3 often. So far, hasn't flashed all that much, although you do see one good start June the 13th and a preferred 3 at Clinton. But has been out since July the 5th. Stricanza maybe could be a little sleeper in here. We'll see if she can race better.
Yeah, I was in the same boat. High percentage winner, but not sure what to make of recent form, and what's been going on with her lately. So for me, I ended up not using her in the 4th spot. I went to Zealous Silster, but I wouldn't be surprised if she lands somewhere in the bottom end of it.
That's a look at the field for race number 7 as they are taking up their positions, and it'll be Hal McFeisty and Scotty Coulter looking for a 4th straight driving win with Stargazing Cruiser on the inside. In the center, Senior Beach Babe and Stricanza. To the outside, Zealous Silster and Sugar Shadow. Field of 6, 7th race. Here they come. Giddy up. Field for the 7th race. In the stretch drive, gathering speed nearing the start. They're at the start of the rough. Senior Beach Babe and Hal McFeisty. Hal McFeisty with inside advantage trying to fend off Senior Beach Babe as they fire into that turn. And racing third is Stargazing Cruiser. Senior Beach Babe is going to make the lead. Hal McFeisty is second. Stargazing Cruiser third. Then Stricanza, Zealous Silster, and Sugar Shadow. Senior Beach Babe fired hard early and leads the 2-5 favorite Hal McFeisty by a length and a half. And then third, Stargazing Cruiser. Stricanza is racing fourth, and then Zealous Silster and Sugar Shadow. Senior Beach Babe and Colin Kelly at 3-1 with a lead at the opening quarter in 28-3. Hal McFeisty is right there enjoying the few in the pocket. Stargazing Cruiser third. Stricanza has 3 to pass to win, and then it is back to Zealous Silster and Sugar Shadow. is racing, trailing the field. They race in a line, and they come on towards us. Senior Beach Babe and Colin Kelly leads at a length and a half. How Mac Feisty racing along in the pocket. Stargazing Cruiser third, and then Streakanza, Zealous Silver, and Sugar Shadow. 58 and 2 is the half off that 28 and 3 opening quarter. And it is Senior Beach Babe as they race into the backstretch, but right there, nose to helmet in the pocket, is How Mac Feisty. Stargazing Cruiser is racing third, and then it is Streakanza. And Streakanza's popped to the outside, and then Zealous Silter and Sugar Shadow. Streakanza's coming up quickly. They roll on toward three quarters. Senior Beach Babe. Streakanza to the outside has taken over second and is streaking up to Senior Beach Babe. And on the inside, still there in the pocket, is Hammock Feisty. Zealous Silter is racing fourth, and then Stargazing Cruiser way back, Sugar Shadow. Three quarters, 127 and 2. Senior Beach Babe. How Mac Feisty is swelling up in the pocket. And to the outside, Streakanza. They turn for him, and then Stargazing Cruiser on down the lane. Senior Beach Babe. Here comes How Mac Feisty up the inside. Senior Beach Babe, though, is digging in. Senior Beach Babe turns back. How Mac Feisty beaten three quarters of length, and then it was Stargazing, or rather Streakanza, and then Stargazing Cruiser fourth, 156 and 2. Senior Beach Babe Rob was able to get the early lead, win that early battle with Hammock Feisty, and then that was enough to get the job done.
Yeah, that was certainly the key to it, and nice job by Colin Kelly there, getting to the lead, backing down the second quarter, and then even what he did in the final turn there, and kind of backing into Hal McFeisty to break that one's momentum, but still was an easy enough winner. We thought this was the only one that could beat Hal McFeisty, and she ended up doing it, and 3-1 ended up being a decent price.
Yeah, I think you described that race just about perfectly, and Colin Kelly getting Senior Beach Babe. Those were the two classy horses, and they did come 1-2. And then a pretty solid effort by Streakanza to finish third. We got to see this one with a nice burst of speed down the backstretch, and tried to challenge Senior Beach Babe, but still a very representative, strong effort.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely one to watch for next time. First over there was probably not going to work out because as soon as Senior Beach Babe got to accelerate, I think Strakanza was in a little bit of trouble. But next time maybe that won't be the case, and definitely one to watch for.
And number 2, Stargazing Cruiser, finishing fourth at 7-1. But if you had Halmac Feisty heavily bet in that one, well, the sun set on your hopes in that one as Senior Beach Babe made the early lead and was able to make every call a winning one. Mile of 156 and 2 for Senior Beach Babe. Coming back in front of us, an 8-year-old Oaks Enforcer brown mare owned by Stephen Binkley. Jim Ellis, the trainer. Colin Kelly, the winning drive. Second win this year. 37th lifetime for Senior Beach Babe. 156 and 2. The seventh race payout, 3 Senior Beach Babe, a 10 to 50 to 40. 1 Halmac Feisty, 210 to 10, and 4 Streakanza, 370. Dollar pick 3 was 73.70. $2 exactor, $12. Dollar try, 33.20. Dollars superfecta, 51.05. The seventh race order finish from the top is 241-356. That's 241-356. The claim entered on Senior Beach Babe. The new trainer, Bruce White.
All right, folks. Well, it's time to take a look at race number 8. It's already time for our late pick four, so make sure you start mapping out your winning wagers. And we're going to get started here in the 8th race. We've got condition claimers, and we are on the trot. And this is for a price tag of $15,000 for non-winners, a $70,000 life. And well, I just tried to get Scott Coulter in the winner's circle for the 4th time tonight. In the last race, he was denied that natural Grand Slam, but I'm going to look for him to still get the Grand Slam here at number 3, CD Max. 2 starts back. This one raced really well from a long way out of it to finish 2nd to a Norwegian Dad. And then last time from the 8 hole, got away 9th, had no chance. Now draws a much better post position from post 3. You're not going to get the price that he's offered in his last 2. Right now, even money on the board, but I think this one merits a big time respect. Number 3, CD Max, now getting a much better post, and we've seen Scott Coulter, do good things with this one. 2 starts back, and against a little bit tougher than what he faces tonight. And for second, I went to number 2, Victoria Has a Secret. This one, was a real nice winner on June the 23rd. Went to the front end, never looked back, and was an easy winner under the wire. Got back into a condition claiming company last time, and ended up finishing 4th place, 5th for a pylon violation. That was in against Norwegian Dad as well in the race at CD Max. Finished 2nd. I think this one certainly has early speed. Might push out from post 2 and try to get to the front end and should have every chance to get a big piece of it. 9-5 on the board. So right now we're chalky with our top 2 selections. And for third, number 4, You Could Be That Girl. This one's raced well, I think, in her last 2, finished 5th, closing from out of it, 2 starts back, and then got against the condition claiming ranks in here last time, closed well to finish 3rd. And I think this one, it might have a license to improve still. Right now, 2-1 on the board, too short for me on You Could Be That Girl. And what would a Wednesday night be without me picking my beautiful looking chestnut Guccio's Office? I've been trying to get this one on the ticket, and I know it's coming. I think this horse even might be a win candidate at some point. Still love that effort back in March at Flamborough Downs, but has done no better than 5th so far since the shutdown. Gets the pole position tonight, though. Hopefully gets way better off the gate. 8-1 on the board. He's certainly getting support. I've been a big fan of this horse, as many of you know, and tonight I'm still sticking with putting him on my superfecta ticket, but wouldn't be surprised if maybe he could hit the trifecta. 7-1. The price is a little bit shorter than it probably should be, but he does get an opportunity finally to get away from the rails. So Guccio's Office, going to stick with him somewhere on the ticket. And hope this chestnut does well tonight. But for me, I am going to go with number 3, CD Max on top. I think the post is going to be a big help. And if he comes back to that effort, 2 starts back against Norwegian Dad, he might land himself in the winner's circle and give Scott Coulter his 4th win of the night. But we'll come back and talk about this race a little further. The opening leg of the late pick 4 with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the 8th on parade. 1, Guccio's Office. Steve Charlton for Kathleen Charlton. 2 is Victoria Has a Secret. Scott Young for Brittany Kennedy and Dean and Ashley Wilson. And number 3, CD Max, Scott Culliver, Gary Mohan, and David Williamson. Number 4, You Could Be That Girl, Ryan DeRoche for Dolores Basilone and Laces Racing. Number 5, Unfinished Business, Colin Kelly from L. Giles and Inglewood Stables. And number 6 is Northern Tailwind, Brett McDonough for Jennifer Rankin and Brandon Giroux and Chase Blythe. 7 is scratched. Field of 6 trotters, race number 8. And first up, we're going to take a look at number 3, CD Max, and 2-1 on the board. And Rob, I wished I could tell you that I'm cheering for your horse here, but I'd be a team player, but I'm not. And this is, I'm 1 behind you. We have 2 different the rest of the way, so I need them both. So I am not cheering for your horse. Number 3, CD Max, you are. Well, that post position 8, some people might think, gee, that doesn't look good, but really the back half was good. Post 8's tough. The start before it was really good.
Yeah, definitely. That's the start that I zeroed in on when I was looking at this horse's form. And, second to Norwegian Dad, I think I would certainly be pretty comfortable betting Norwegian Dad in against this group tonight. And, post 3, big difference from last time. I think this one could certainly be put into play. And Scott Coulter will be looking for his 4th win. 5-2, I think, is a pretty decent price on number 3, CD Max.
Yeah, Scotty's got the hot hand this evening. There's number 2, Victoria Has a Secret. That's my top pick here. I think there's no secret where this one is firing. If you're going to leave and go to the front from post 8, you'd have to think you're going to leave from post position 2. And the last time this one had post 2, well, all the way on top to win. And Victoria Has a Secret also. The last, if you look further back and you see the last time this one raced from post 1 in a parimutuel race, March 10th at London, was able to win there as well. Victoria Has a Secret and Scott Young. Certainly he's racing well, 2-1, as the money is basically right now on the 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, this one I think, it's going to be the early speed, I would think. You certainly figure, like you said, Gary, is going to blast out of there. And I think if, she gets things her own way, she'll be tough to beat. I'm just hoping the CD Max has got this one within range and can get the better of her in the stretch. But Victoria Has a Secret. That win 3 starts back was an impressive one, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a repeat of that tonight.
There's number 4, You Could Be That Girl. Mike's top pick in here, so each one of us has a different top choice. Ryan DeRoche driving for Dolores Basilone. Had to do a lot of work in that last start, was well back early, and managed to get onto the top 3, so that's certainly a race to build on. That was July the 5th, so it's been out to 16 days. Or correction, that was July the 14th, so it comes back just 7 days later. You Could Be That Girl, certainly a nice line to like there.
Yeah, she looks good on the track right now. This is one that I've been, putting on the ticket at a price, in recent weeks, and now you're getting a much shorter price at 3-1 from post 4 in this, this shorter field of only 6 horses. I certainly think this one has a chance, but I can't get behind a win ticket at 3-1 when we've seen bigger prices in previous weeks.
Rob, there on the TV is number 1, Guccio's Office, and I don't know if you've noticed, but this is a really nice-looking chestnut.
Yeah. I've been getting a lot of messages about my constantly picking this one. And yes, he's definitely a good-looking horse, but I think he's also got a little more talent than he shows. And tonight he's taking a lot of money, so don't sleep on that. He's got the pole position. He's 7-1. I do think this one is warming up to a better effort, and he hasn't been racing poorly. I think he might surprise us tonight, get a bigger piece of it. 7-1, and yes, he is a beautiful-looking chestnut.
Well, on a night that we've had some unusual payoffs, actually large payoffs, and some horses that we didn't think would win, maybe it's time for Guccio's Office and Rob in his office cheering the chestnut all the way home in front at 7-1. There is number 6, Northern Tailwind. And last race was able to get a pocket early at Clinton, but then tailed off. But this one had been racing consistently well here in 3 previous starts. Maybe can get back going again. Was a consistent top 3 finisher last year.
Yeah, definitely. And this year too, hit the board in 4 of 8. A little bit camera shy, hasn't got a win yet, but certainly, 13-1 is one you can put underneath in the trifecta or superfecta. The outside post, might be a challenge, but it's only post 6 in this compact field.
Field of 6 taking up their positions. Guccios as Victoria Has a Secret on the inside. In the center, CD Max and You Could Be That Girl. To the outside, Unfinished Business and Northern Tailwind. Field of 6, race number 8. Field for the 8th is into the stretch drive. And the field for the 8th race. And off stride goes CD Max. Victoria Has a Secret, guns out. You Could Be That Girl. And Unfinished Business. Victoria Has a Secret on the inside. To the outside, Unfinished Business wants to come on and try to clear the lead. It is Colin Kelly and Unfinished Business who's going to stride up now and get the lead. Victoria Has a Secret is racing in the pocket right now. And then You Could Be That Girl. And now Victoria Has a Secret's going to come back around and move up and reclaim the lead. Unfinished Business will be racing from the pocket. You Could Be That Girl third. Gucci's Office is positioned fourth, and then Northern Tailwind and CD Max with that early break is back trailing the field. Victoria Has a Secret leads, and that opening quarter, well, we'll give you the time a little bit later. Victoria Has a Secret leads as they race off the turn. That opening quarter was 28-4, and they raced the way off the turn. Unfinished Business is right there in the pocket at 8-1. Then it's You Could Be That Girl third, and Gucci's Office is now going to angle towards the outside and have cover as You Could Be That Girl takes to the outside. Gucci's Office is following a second over, and then down to the inside is Northern Tailwind, and then CD Max to the outside trying to make a huge recovery from an early break and makes another break. It is Victoria Has a Secret who's got the lead, but You Could Be That Girl on the outside, it's wheeled within about a head of the lead. And on the inside, third is Unfinished Business. Then racing fourth is Gucci's Office and Northern Tailwind. They race on to three quarters. Victoria Has a Secret trying to fend off You Could Be That Girl as they hustle up to three quarters, 1:30-2. Victoria Has a Secret, and Scotty Young has a lead of about half a length. On the outside, You Could Be That Girl. CD Max is making a huge recovery and is up to third. Unfinished Business is racing fourth, and then Gucci's Office, Northern Tailwind on down the stretch drive for Victoria Has a Secret. Victoria Has a Secret. It is a victorious effort for Scott Young, and Victoria Has a Secret. You Could Be That Girl second, CD Max third, and Northern Tailwind fourth. The inquiry sign will go up pertaining to the break of 3 CD Max. 2 minutes and 3/5, but Victoria Has a Secret. Well, I thought there was no secret where this one would point to. Was able to come back around and reclaim the lead going to the quarter, and then made every call a winning one. Of course, one thing that changed the race was that break of 3 CD Max, Rob.
Yeah, definitely. And Scott Coulter was trying to get CD Max off the gate. He was, snug to the gate. Looked like he was going to try to leave out with authority, and obviously made the break in stride, which changed everything. Victoria Has a Secret, though, was the one we expected that would go to the lead. And she certainly did that, and looks pretty good front stepping this field, cruising home with Scott Young. And if she got there and kind of got that second panel breather like she did, I figured she'd be tough to beat, and she certainly was.
Number 4, You Could Be That Girl, raced well and definitely put a little bit of challenge into Victoria Has a Secret, but Scott Young didn't look all that worried.
No, at no point. I really didn't think that You Could Be That Girl was ever getting to this one. I think that he just kind of kept that rival at bay, and Scotty, it looked like he had tight lines through most of that mile. And if CD Max didn't break, we might have seen a different horse race, and we might have seen them kind of throw down, because I think it was a solid effort from number 3 CD Max to make a big recovery to finish third, but not tonight for that one. And Victoria Has a Secret does find the winner's circle.
Number 6, Northern Tailwind at 16-1 will round out the superfecta and did race a little bit better. Wasn't able to break the top 3, but at least got things turned back around. 2, 4, 3, 6. Victoria Has a Secret at 8-5. Note the inquiry pertains to number 3, CD Max, and that early break in stride. Coming back in front of us is number 2, Victoria Has a Secret, a 5-year-old Holiday Road Bay mare, owned by Dean and Ashley Wilson. Brittany Kennedy is the trainer. Scott Young's the winning driver. It's the 3rd win this year and 9th lifetime. Victoria's Secret and Scott Young had the answer in the 8th race. Fans note the judges ruling both breaks of number 3 CD Max at the start and then passed the half going to the 5/8 and ruled that 3 CD Max did not violate the braking regulations. The inquiry signed down 2436. Eighth race payouts number 2. Victoria Has a Secret 5:30, 3:20, and 2:10 for You could be that girl. 420, 263. CD Max 210, $2 exactor, 1480. Dollar try. $1750 super, 5710. Eighth race, order of finish from the top. 613254 scratch. That's 613254 scratch.
All right, well, it's time for race number 9. We'll call it the co-main event. It is the preferred 3 for fillies and mares, and we're scratched down to a field of 7, but it's still a real nice group going postward in this one. And I cannot pick against number 3, Casimir Swamp Girl. I thought she raced fantastic in the filly and mares preferred handicap last time. She got away in the 2-hole all the way from post 8 and sat behind Smoke and Reactor. Was not able to get to that rival in the lane, but did well to finish second. And she's really raced well in all of her starts, since returning off the bench. And, with post 3 tonight, I think we know where she's going to go, and that should be towards the front end. And I think she'll be tough to beat in this, what is now a field of 7 in this fillies and mares preferred 3 event. For second, I went to the 9, Custard Lights. raced in the Filly Mares Preferred 2 at Georgian in her latest. And, this is a pretty decent mare in her own right. Now, she's got the trailing post tonight, so I think she gives up a bit of an advantage to number 3, Casimir Swamp Girl. But she is following one with speed from the inside, and I could see her getting away, in the 3-hole here and making some noise late. Custard Light for Paul Davies is certainly one you do not want to ignore in here, even though she does have the second tier. And then I went to number 1, Charmbo Bree, raced well to finish second here. Now was a 2,500 last 2 starts back, and was a pumped up winner. The start before that on the front end from this pole position. Last time picked up a small share in the preferred event, and I think once again she should get a share of it, maybe even a little bit higher than she did last time. Maybe potentially get into the place spot or show spot from that rail control. Right now, 10-1 on the board. That's a nice price on number 1, Charmbo Bree. And then in for fourth, I put number 2, Maddie's Credit. I really like the way this one raced 2 starts back, went to the front, and just really pulverized that group on that occasion. Now winners of 2,000 last 3. Got away 7th last time, at the preferred level, and really wasn't able to advance, too much at a long price. But now from post 2, should get away better and might be able to sit a trip to get a piece of it. Right now, 5-1 on the board, though, is a lot shorter than I was expecting on number 2, Maddie's Credit. For me, though, it's all about number 3, Casimir Swamp Girl. I do think she is, the best one in here. Gets a much better post this time. She's got speed. She's going to use it, and I think she'll be tough to beat at a price of currently 6-5. But the horses are coming out onto the track, and we'll talk about this Preferred 3 event with Gary Guy a little bit further after the post parade.
Field for the 9th on Parade 1, Charbro Bree, Paul McKenzie for John Ryer. Number 2 is Maddie's Credit, Natasha Day for Cassidy Schneider. 3 is Casbury Swamp Girl, Cullen Kelly for Kyle Bossens and William Pendleton. Number 5 is Top Royal, Jay Harris for Kendall Ron and Bratton Farms. Number 6, Serious Star, Mark Horner and Douglas Wilson. Number 7, Morning Has Broken, Scott Young for Anita Willett and Luke Willett and Randy Lee and Anthony Cobb Sr. And 9 is Custard Light, Paul Davies for Paul Sanders. Couple of scratches of 4 and 8. We'll get a field of 7. Preferred 3, filling fillies and mares on the pace. And, well, we'll take a look at the first one, and the one that Rob and I both think is the one to beat. And the fans kind of agree. 4-5. I didn't think you'd get a price in Casimir Swamp Girl. And look at this one last year, winning 10 out of 20. I've called this one often, winning and 1 in 52 and 1 at Georgian Downs last year to take a mark. $3,000 a start last year. Braced some solid company and has been good this year, and now gets a favorable post and can fly off the gate from post 3. I think a good chance to get to the front and own the race.
Yeah, I certainly think so, Gary. And I think that, Charmbo Bree, if she can push out, she'd be happy to sit behind this one, I would think. And she looks sharp on the track right now. And, that last effort, getting away second from the 8-hole was, it's a lot more impressive than it might look on paper. They went 27-2. And Colin Kelly did a great job to get her into that, 2-hole behind Smoke and Reactor. And she finished her mile well. Got beat a length, but I think that there's no one of that rival's ilk in here tonight.
Number 9, Custard Light, is one that just might be dangerous because if you're wondering about Paul Davies and the trailer post, well, just looked at the last race Monday night. Outlaw grabbing gears from the trailer post and was able to race exceptionally well and win. Custard Light 9-2 off a 52 and 4 mile in the preferred 2 class, finishing 4th. Just might be dangerous, Rob.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. It's kind of reminiscent of that race, actually. You look at Casimir Swamp Girl from post 3. I think Pretty Handsome had post 2 or 3 as well, and Paul Davies was the first over challenger with Outlaw grabbing gears. A similar trip might happen here tonight, and I could see Custard Light, racing well in that scenario. But I do think that the margin between these two might be a little wider than it was between those two, colts on Monday night.
Number 1, Charbro Brie and Paul McKenzie at 6-1 right now, and I think you're right in identifying this could be a good trip horse. Would love to sit the pocket behind Casimir Swamp Girl. I don't think Charbro Brie would try to beat Casimir Swamp Girl off the gate, and I'm not sure she could anyway if she wanted to, but sitting in the pocket behind the 3-5 horse, look, Paul McKenzie's no stranger to winning. He's got about 8,900 driving wins. I think he might be looking for the pocket ride right here.
Yeah, and I doubted this one last time, the preferred, and we always talk about, inside horses, landing on the bottom end of the super high 5. And, this one did race well to finish 5th last time and, should get a favorable trip again, like you said. If she could ever get, into the pocket behind Casimir Swamp Girl, who knows what happens in the lane, and Paul McKenzie's no stranger to winning up the passing lane. I think that Casimir Swamp Girl is a better one out of the two for sure, but trip scenario could certainly play out in Charbro Brie's favor.
Another horse to the inside that probably is going to leave is to Maddie's Credit. And this one went to the front here July the 7th and, drew off on the field. Now, that was a class below this one. Last race raced from off the pace. Look at that 27 and 4 final quarter. In fact, a pretty substantial back half of 56. Maddie's Credit. If there's a horse that maybe could trip out and outrace the odds, maybe it's Maddie's Credit off those last 2 lines.
Yeah, I think 10-1's the pretty good price on Maddie's Credit right now. That start 2 back was actually one I've used as a measuring stick for many rivals that came out of that race, because it was really impressive and visually, eye-catching as well. So, I don't know, 10-1, I certainly have no issue putting this one on the bottom end of it. Even exactas, trifectas, definitely worth a look.
And there's 7, Morning Has Broken. If you look back 3 races at Georgian Downs, raced against a class that would be, I think, just a touch tougher than here, and beat Custard Light and Smokin' Reactor. Smokin' Reactor's come on to win since, and Custard Light's a nice one. Morning Has Broken has a tough post position, but a nice barn in Nita Willett's.
Yeah, I've always liked this horse, and live on the board tonight, it's 7-1 now from post 7, and I think that when this one's at her best, she can certainly go with this group. I still think Casimir Swamp Girl is the better, of everyone in the field, but Morning Has Broken hit the ticket, that's for sure.
Field of 7 for race number 9. Taking up their positions, Charbro Brie, Maddie's Credit on the inside. The center, Casimir Swamp Girl and Top Royal. And to the outside, Serious Star, Morning Has Broken. The second tier, Custard Light. It is a field of 7. It's the 9th race on a wild Wednesday at the river. Here they come. Giddy up. Field for the 9th race. Gathering speed. Approaching the start. And thereof, Casimir Swamp Girl, Charbro Brie, Maddie's Credit, and Top Royal. Then Custard Light along to the inside. Then it is Morning Has Broken, and Serious Star is trailing the field. Casimir Swamp Girl's got the lead. Charbro Brie graciously accepting the pocket. Maddie's Credit is 3rd, and Top Royal is racing 4th, and then Custard Light is 5th away. Then Serious Star, Morning Has Broken, is trailing the field. Casimir Swamp Girl at 2-5 as the field races their way on up and past the opening quarter. Panel was 27 and 4. Then Charbro Brie is 2nd. Maddie's Credit on the inside 3rd. Top Royal is racing 4th. Custard Light is rolling 5th. Trailing pair, Serious Star, Morning Has Broken. Casimir Swamp Girl leads as they race off the turn. And the field comes on towards us. And then racing on the inside, second is Charbro Brie. Maddie's Credit is third on the inside. And now moving on the outside comes Custard Light. And Custard Light's going to try it first over in his fourth. 57-1 is the halftime. Inside five is Top Royal. And then it is Serious Star. And trailing as Morning Has Broken. On into the backstretch, Casper Swamp Girl has the lead still. That's Charbro Brie getting a lovely trip. And Custard Light first up gets a little closer. Now is about two off the lead. Then following to the outside, Serious Star on the back of Custard Light and shares forth with Maddie's Credit to the inside. And then it is Morning Has Broken and Top Royal. And now pulling up three wide, there goes Serious Star. Three quarters, 126 and 2. Casper Swamp Girl, Charbro Brie in the pocket as Paul McKenzie looks for the passing lane. And then Custard Light, Maddie's Credit, and then Serious Star and Morning Has Broken on down the stretch drive they come. Casper Swamp Girl continues to march. Charbro Brie had the trip, but Casper Swamp Girl's going to win. Charbro Brie was a good closing second. Maddie's Credit third, and then it was Morning Has Broken finishing fourth, 155 and 3. Casimir Swamp Girl made every call to winning one to take it and look sharp in 55 and 3, Rob.
Yeah, that was about as easy as it gets for Casimir Swamp Girl. I know that Charbro Brie did kind of challenge late, but I think that it was a nice effort from Casimir Swamp Girl on the front end. Almost getting a 29 and 2 second quarter there was probably a big helper for Casimir Swamp Girl to be strong right to the finish. 55 and 3 is a nice mile. When you look at that replay though at the end there, Charbro Brie was cutting into that margin. Nice effort though from that one as well, who we figured to be the pocket sitter.
Yeah, the two horses on the inside that we thought would leave and be able to be trip horses, Charbro Brie and Maddie's Credit, finish second and third, and they sat to the pocket and third respectively, so 3-1-2. And then Morning Has Broken, tough post position, but was able to come on from last to round out the Super, finishing fourth. Morning Has Broken. I think if that one draws back towards an inside post, you'll see a more challenging effort, but drove actually respectably from an outside post the way you would think.
Yeah, definitely. I was actually looking for that one in the stretch because I wanted to see how much pace she had. She got away, last off the gate, and that's not really a recipe for success here at Grand River, but she was kind of stick handling with Scott Young in the lane and did have quite a bit of pace to get up past Custard Light for that fourth spot. So not a bad effort for Morning Has Broken, and definitely one to watch for next time if she draws inside.
It's a 3-1-2-7 ninth race. And coming back in front of us is 3 Casper Swamp Girl. Casper Swamp Girl is a 5-year-old up the credit brown mare owned by William Pendleton. Kyle Bossens is the trainer. It's the fourth win this year, 22nd lifetime for Casper Swamp Girl. Taking the ninth race in 155 and 3 and a new season's best. Also note the photo is by Tiffany Chantel Photography. Note that if you're looking for a win photo, Tiffany does a fine job, and she can have those photos ready about 10 minutes after each race. Note that the photo booth for Tiffany is at the west end of the grandstand facing the paddock. Tiffany Chantel Photography doing the photo work all through the evening and can have those photos available about 10 minutes after each race. The ninth race payouts. Number 3, Casper Swamp Girl 280, 220, and 210. 1, Charbro Brie 360, 282. Maddie's Credit 580. $2 exactor is $680. Dollar try $15.30. Dollar super $67.50. 9-3, sort of finish from the top to 2-3-1, scratch 6-7-4, scratch 5. That's 2-3-1, scratch 6-7-4, scratch 5.
All right, folks. Well, time flies when you're having fun. It's already race 10. That means it's the start of the late double, and we're going back to the trot. This is for non-winners of 4,000 last three. Also eligible $20,000 claimers. And well, I'm going to one that is taking a ton of support on the board right now. That's number 2, Timo Houdini, 1-5. 1-5 on the board, and I guess that makes sense. A real nice effort last time after coming back up here to Grand River Raceway, July the 14th. Got the 2-hole in the preferred 2 and 3 handicap, and ended up holding position to finish third in a race where Willie Arwoni was the winner, and Sicario actually gave a real rock solid effort first over. And now getting away from those types into this upper condition race. Timo Houdini should be tough to beat, but 1-5, that's a tough price to accept on any horse. And I certainly wouldn't be betting him to win at that, but you got to respect the connections. That was first start to in nearly a month. So, should be a lot more fit on this occasion tonight. And I see that we're all in agreement, the handicappers here at Grand River, in picking number 2, Timo Houdini on top for Steve Boston's and Travis Henry. In for second, I went to number 9, Norwegian Dad, and 21-1 right now. Wow, that's the value for me on the board. What has this horse done wrong? Not much. He was a big-time winner 2 starts back in a 15,000 condition claimer. Last time in this class, only got beat half a length, and it was a rock-solid effort to do so. He did both those last 2 from the 7-hole. Now gets the trailing post tonight. He's a versatile type. He can win on the front. He can come from off the pace, and he doesn't fit the condition for the race. He's the only one in the race that actually is in for that optional claiming tag. If he wasn't in for that tag, he would not be in here. So you got to look at Norwegian Dad, 14-1. That price is crazy. It will not hold up. He's got to come down much lower before post time because the connections are strong, and so is the horse. Moving on to my third selection, number 3, Gold Edition. This horse is actually my top pick when he got scratched sick out of his latest on July 13th at Mohawk Park. And I do think that this one, merits respect in here. He does have early speed. He might flash it tonight. 9-1 on the board. Gold Edition is one you do not want to ignore in here. This is a talented trotter that just hasn't really had much luck this season. Might turn it around tonight for Blair Burgess. And then in for fourth, they went to number 1, Missy's Magic Man. Another one that had a lot of success last year. Hasn't enjoyed that success yet this year. 12 for 20. Last year and hit the board in 17 of those starts, and might be due for something better tonight from the pole position. Just 1 for 7 this year, but is one you have to consider at least somewhere on your exotic tickets, because I think that this one is bound to wake up with a better effort sooner or later. 7-1 from the rail. I'll certainly have this one on my trifecta and superfecta tickets. But for me, I'm going to stick with Timo Houdini, even though 3-5 on the board. Now, that last effort that he put forth in the preferred should land him in the winner's circle tonight. But don't sleep on number 9, Norwegian Dad, 13-1. It's a wild price on a wild Wednesday. They're coming out onto the track right now. But we'll come back and talk about this dash a little further with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the 10th on Parade 1, Missy's Magic Man. Ryan Holiday for Dave Holiday and Ron Corbett. Number 2, Time Houdini, Travis Henry for Steve Bossens and the stable. 3 is Gold Edition, Blair Burgess for Sterling Fisher and Corinne Olsen Burgess. 4 is Sheena Soldier, Travis Cullen for Tim Cherwaco and Gary Green. 5 is Muscles of Plenty, Colin Kelly for Joe, Sean, Patricia Gibb. Number 6, All Out Henry, Scott Young for Pam Forgy. And number 7, Ocean View Deb, it's Brett McDonald for Gary McDonald, Robert Smallwood, and Cyril Harvey. Number 8 is Herb's Journey, Scott Calder for Duncan Brewer and Michelle Brennan and Randall Urquhart. At 9, Norwegian Dad, Paul McKenzie for Gerard Demers. Field of 9, race number 10. Well, Rob, we get 1 to 2 on Time Houdini. I do think, though, that 1 to 2 is the right price, actually. One thing that doesn't escape my attention, came here from Northville, Michigan, and had been off 4 weeks before that last race. Beaten only a length to Willie Arwoni and Sicario, as you mentioned, but also that time off. I mean, now comes back 7 days later, gets post position 2 again, and certainly the class drop. I think Time Houdini, it just doesn't escape my attention that he's the best in here by, I think, enough to make the 3 to 5 price warranted.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you, Gary. And looking at that last effort, Willie Arwoni or Sicario would be 1 to 9 in here, that's for sure. So floating up though, I would be surprised at this horse if you get 6 to 5 on this one. It wouldn't shock me, but right now 4 to 5. That last effort was a solid one, and like you said, this is now second start back. You got to respect this one's chances.
And Steve Boston's barn has been able to put up strong numbers in the past. There's the one that does shock you right now. The price, your second choice, 9 Norwegian Dad, 15 to 1. We've seen some really nice things from Norwegian Dad this year. And you got to love the barn, Gerard Demers. He's also our leading trainer here.
Yeah, definitely. And he looks really good on the track again tonight. Looks fired up, and when he's looked like this, we've seen big efforts from Norwegian Dad. And what has he really done wrong? The only starts that you can really fault him for is when he races the preferred level, and if you cross those off the page, you say, "Wow, this horse is in just absolute tip-top form." I don't see how this horse should be 14 to 1 in here, and I would not be leaving him off my exotic tickets.
Right now, one that is getting a bit of regard is the third choice on the board is number 3, Gold Edition. Now, missed the last start due to a sickness. The start before that made a break, although was racing really well up until then, but has faced some decent company and been competitive in the past and put up some nice speed as well.
And I like that Blair is scoring this one out. This horse can leave like a rocket. You can see on July 2nd, left out from post 10, made the lead at Mohawk Park in 27 and 2. And I'd like to see this one go forward off the gate tonight to try to get a position. Gold Edition, is much better than his recent paper shows, and 7 to 1 on the board. This might be a good spot for him to land somewhere high up in the exotics.
A horse that you did use in your top 4, one Missy's Magic Man. Look, a lot of those 12 wins last year, I called those races, so Missy's Magic Man doesn't escape my attention. One thing to note, though, hasn't raced since the 26th of June. That was a romping start at Hanover. I might want to see a start. Missy's Magic Man hasn't been nearly as good this year, but at least now maybe things have turned around, but it's been off a while.
Yeah, I was actually hoping for a bigger price on this one. 9 to 2 in the morning line. I put this horse in the 4th spot, thinking, okay, maybe we'll need a start, but can still sit a trip and get a piece of it. 7 to 2 is a lot shorter than I was expecting, but like you mentioned, Gary, this horse last year was in such good form, and I'm still waiting for him to find it this season.
I want to quickly mention the horse that is my second pick, and you didn't choose, was 5 Muscles of Plenty. I'm going to stroke that last race right out and look at Lost Valley Kilamigo. This one was second to Lost Valley Kilamigo twice and third to that one. And Lost Valley Kilamigo has been on fire here. Muscles of Plenty is a big bounce back possibility at 19 to 1.
Oh, definitely. It's a big price on this one. And, another one that has a lot of gate speed. So we could see this one go out in search of the lead. If that happens, definitely could land on the ticket. The price is certainly robust.
Field for the 10th race, taking up positions, Missy's Magic Man, Time Houdini, and Gold Edition on the inside. In the center, Gold Edition on the inside. In the center, Sheena Soldier and Muscles of Plenty. And then All Out Henry, Ocean View Deb, and Herb's Journey. And the second tier, Norwegian Dad. Field for the 10th race. In the stretch, gathering speed approaching the start. And they're off, and Time Houdini and Missy's Magic Man, Muscles of Plenty, is charging, and Gold Edition, Norwegian Dad down to the inside. Muscles of Plenty now is going to sweep right up and clear to the front of her Missy's Magic Man. Time Houdini is racing third. Then it is Norwegian Dad and Gold Edition, Sheena Soldier, and back further is All Out Henry, then Herb's Journey, and Ocean View Deb. And right now the lead belongs to Muscles of Plenty, but coming back around is going to be Missy's Magic Man, and Time Houdini is going to pounce right now and want to come on and try to take the lead. 28-2 the opening quarter. Lots of early action. Time Houdini now to the outside against Missy's Magic Man, and it's going to be Time Houdini is going to come on now and get the lead. Missy's Magic Man is racing second. Muscles of Plenty is in the front trio as they race on towards us, and Norwegian Dad now is going to come to the outside and work first over, and following to the outside is Gold Edition. Then Sheena Soldier is marching to the outside, then All Out Henry and Herb's Journey and Ocean View Deb, and off stride goes Muscles of Plenty. 58-2 was the halftime. And they work their way around the 5/8. And it is Time Houdini, Norwegian Dad, Missy's Magic Man, and Gold Edition. All Out Henry to the outside, Sheena Soldier, and then Herb's Journey and Ocean View Deb, but it's still Time Houdini with the lead. Norwegian Dad to the outside. Missy's Magic Man is third, and then Gold Edition's going to pop three wide. Gold Edition has some late trot as they race on by 3/4 to 127-3, and it is Time Houdini, Gold Edition, Missy's Magic Man, and backing away goes Norwegian Dad. Sheena Soldier is marked up to take over fourth, and then All Out Henry as the field turns for home. Gold Edition is trying to get to Time Houdini. Gold Edition and Time Houdini, they come on down the stretch ride. Gold Edition has rolled on by. Gold Edition with a golden effort to win it. And then Time Houdini, Sheena Soldier, and Herb's Journey 157-2. Gold Edition, Rob, got the job done in the stretch drive and was really on fire down the stretch.
Yeah, this was one Gary had mentioned in the Horse Players Journal, and the effort that he was recently scratched out of. He was actually my play of the night, so I should have came back to him tonight. Thought he might, need the start, but I guess they came here with winning intentions, and wow, what an effort from Gold Edition. Came around them, down the backside, made a nice move, and just breezed by a 2-5 shot, and Tim Houdini at 9-1 for Blair Burgess. Nice effort from Gold Edition.
Yeah, it looks very much there's a sitting still in the bike coming by the heavy favorite. Time Houdini staying for second. Sheena Soldier, a nice job from a little bit off the pace to get up for third. And then Herb's Journey. We like this horse. It's just the post position, but Herb's Journey from post 8. Scotty Coulter's having a fine night. He managed to get post 8 in this solid field to come on and get the bottom of the Superfecta ticket.
Yeah, it was one that I was on last time, and I shied away this time around because of the post. 25-1, land on the bottom of the Super. Certainly, should add some more value to it. Tim Houdini, I didn't think the effort was, poor or anything, because even though the fractions might look like they were relatively easy, he had to kind of work hard. He got out-sprinted off the gate, then had to come around them. And when that happened, I said, okay, this might be a bit of an issue now with Norwegian Dad coming first over, because he's not a slouch by any stretch of the imagination. So I certainly don't think I'd hesitate going back to that one, but a much different trip than sitting a perfect one last time in the preferred.
Yes, and Muscles of Plenty, after doing that work and kind of forcing the issue early, makes a break just to pass the half. Actually, looked like he might at least be part of the story, although he did spend a lot of energy early to make that lead.
Yes, definitely one you want to look at for next time. And again, I'm just gonna probably regret not putting Gold Edition back on top after making my best bet last time in an effort that he got scratched out of. But 9-1 on the board. Nice price here for Blair Burgess.
Yes, you could have had the 9-1 over the 2-5 horse and taken down the favorite. But Gold Edition with a golden effort coming back in front of us at 5-year-old EL Titan, a bay horse owned by Sterling Fisher and Corinne Olsen Burgess, Blair Burgess, the trainer, and the winning driver. It's the first win of the year, 11th lifetime, gold edition, 157-2. The 10th race payouts, 3 gold edition, 20, 70, 5, 40, and 480. Number 2, Timel Houdini, 250, 310. 4, Sheena Soldier, 780. $2 exactor, 41.90. Dollar try, $117.60. Super, 565.10. The 10th race order of finish from the top, 621, 395, 748. That's 621, 395, 748.
All right, well, it's time for the last race of the evening, race number 11, our co-main event, and it is Preferred Trotters in a handicap race. And, well, I'm going to go out to the outside of the gate, post number 7, not the far outside, but far enough out there. I'm going to go with number 7, Cool Muscle. I liked this one a little bit last time, first start off the bench, like him a lot more making his second start now off a lengthy layoff. And I think he can really do it from anywhere. He could leave out and be forwardly placed or come from off the pace. Last time raced well to finish sixth, came a back half of 56-1. And I'm putting Cool Muscle on top in here. I think he might be the best horse in the race, pound for pound. It's just a matter if he's ready to find the winner's circle and he can overcome that 7-hole. In for second, I went to number 6, Refi. Moves over from Mohawk Park. Has been racing in middle to upper conditions there and was fourth in the preferred. On that bigger surface on June the 22nd. Rock solid connections and Benoit Béargent. And, Nick Stewart gets the drive tonight. And this one certainly has a big chance, but I'm just not sure how the trip scenario works out for Refi. He's usually a horse that does need to kind of trip out in order to, produce his best. I'm not sure how that works out tonight here on the shorter track. 5-1 is a decent price, though. Number 6, Refi. In for third, I went to number 9, Los Ballykiel Amigo. And what has this horse done wrong? The answer is nothing. He is just winning races in bunches, and he's been fantastic here at Grand River since returning after the shutdown. 3 in a row by wide margins every time, under wraps. But that's a non-winners of 50,000 life. This is a monumental step up in class to the preferred ranks, but he might be able to make that transition because we have not seen anywhere near his best yet. Trailing post, though, might not be conducive to seeing him, make that transition to this group. Although I do think he can race from anywhere. I'm going to side against him tonight. He's 9-5 on the board. I think he might be up against it versus this group from his starting spot this evening. In for fourth, I'm going number 2, Polar Hall. Love this one's effort. 2 back when he was a winner, finished fourth last time in this class, can do so again at a price right now 14-1. And then I did go to number 4, Red Hot Torch, in for the 5th spot off a win. Might be able to use that momentum to come forward to pick up a piece tonight. But they're coming on the track for our last race of the evening. We'll come back and do it one more time with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the 11th on parade. 1, Sizzlin' Hot Herbie. Natasha Day drives and trains and owns. Number 2, Polar Hall, Bruce Richardson for Kevin Davidson. Number 3, Neon Lights, Paul McKenzie for Gerard Demers and Tag Incorporated. Number 4, Red Hot Torch, Jason Ryan for Numbered Company from Ottawa. Number 5 is Catch Canna, Brent McDonough for Jacques Dupont and Sylvain Deschenaux. Number 6 is Refi, Nick Stewart for Benoit Béargent, Santovina, and Nunzio Vina and Clodamel. Number 7, Cool Muscle, Scott Culver, Jessica Hayter, and Ed Hayter. 8 is Willie or Won't He, Colin Kelly for Kyle Bossons and Phil McGuire. And 9 is Los Ballykiel Amigo, Bob McClure for Joshua McGibbon and Ballykiel Racing. Nice field of 9 trotters for our final dash. Rob, this is the rubber match between the two of us. We're even, and we have different horses on top, so I'll let you go first with your top one. Number 7, Cool Muscle. And, you got to love some of the lines you see on this one. But the thing to note, just a second start of the year, and a race from off the pace last race. Put in a nice 27-second third panel, though.
Yeah, definitely. Last year this horse hit the board in 14 to 21. Only won four of those, but was racing against much tougher and some really nice spots, produced some monstrous efforts. 6 to 1 on the board right now. I like that, Gary. I know that it's his second start back off a layoff, but I do believe this horse is pound for pound the best horse in the race. Looks good on the track and might be worth a crack tonight at 8 to 1.
One I think that might give your cool muscle a run. Now, you're worried about the trip. Six Refi's a very, very fine trotter in his own right. And you mentioned that he raced in that preferred class June the 22nd. It certainly has been racing more this year than Cool Muscle. 14 starts already. Refi Nick Stewart, I like it 5 to 1.
No, he's definitely one that has a big chance in here. Just kind of concerned how the trip scenario works out. I mean, you look at who he's been facing at Mohawk Park. I think you could take a handful of those and throw them in here, and they would be an overwhelming favorite. 7 to 2 on the board is actually much higher than I was expecting.
A price that I don't like at all, but I love the horse, is 9 Los Balaquil Amigo. And we get to part-time Bob McClure, correction, prime-time Bob McClure for Joshua McGibbon. 5 for 5 on the year.
Yeah, this horse has just been unbelievable, but this is a pretty big ask of Los Balaquil Amigo because, he's been off a little bit too. I mean, it's been, 20 days since his last start. Now he's got the trailing post, in against some of the best trotters on the grounds, and he's certainly a good one in his own right. But it is a pretty big step up in class from non-winners of 50,000 life to this preferred rank, and I don't know if I'd be in a rush to back him at 9 to 5 tonight.
One that I backed for second on my ticket that you didn't use, and I got away with backing him back on June the 30th from the trailer post at 9 to 1 to win in this class. Eighth last time out, post 8. Catch Canna. That's a horse I love. Brett McDonald drives for Jacques Dupont.
Yeah, this is definitely one that I might be sleeping on here. 17 to 1, and gets the lead from the 5 hole this time as opposed to the 8 hole. Those two efforts in the trailing post were both rock solid, and before that too, finished second from post 4. Catch Canna, right now is getting overlooked. I certainly overlooked them, and I might regret it after the race.
The one the fans are really overlooking, and it's one of your top four, fourth of your four, is 2 Polar Hall. And yes, raced really well here to wire a field from post 7 2 races ago. Moved up to this class last time out, and actually proved that he fit.
Yeah, it was that start two starts back was an incredible one from post 7. Wired the field, not easy to do here from out there. And last time had the rail, and we said this horse might hit the ticket at a big price. He did, and I think he can do it again tonight. 35 to 1 is certainly an overlay on Polar Hall.
And in this field, we absolutely have to touch on 8 Willie or Won't He, even though you disregarded this one, not because of the horse, but because of the post position. We saw this one from post 8 3 races ago, finish only 5th. But Willie or Won't He also has been outstanding and is such a classy horse. Almost 400,000 lifetime, 43 wins. Willie or Won't He and Colin Kelly is getting some love at 6 to 1.
Yeah, the problem is just he gets handed the outside post, and it's just so hard to win from out there. Last time he had it in this class, it was off a win. He got away 8th, ended up finishing a decent 5th. I just don't see how it works out for Willie tonight, but he's certainly surprised me before, and he was impressive last time. So, 5 to 1 certainly, isn't the worst price in the world on a horse that was just a winner in here.
Well, Rob, we're going to settle the battle between the two of us. I have the 6 Refi at 5 to 2. You have 7 Cool Muscle, the favorite at 2 to 1. So those appear to be the two the fans like the most. But I think this is a tremendously wide open dash and a nice field. We'll see how it unfolds. Sizzling Hot Herbie taking up positions with Polar Hall and Neon Lights to the inside of the center. Red Hot Torch and Catch Canna. The outside, Refi, Cool Muscle, and Willie or Won't He. The second tier, Los Balaquil Amigo. Field of 9, the 11th and final dash on a wild Wednesday at the river. Here they come. Field for the 11th race at the start at off stride, Sizzling Hot Herbie. It is Neon Lights shining early, also leaving us Polar Hall, and then Catch Canna, and Refi is driving wide around that first turn. On the inside, Polar Hall has got the lead. Refi continues to march. It is Polar Hall and Refi, and then Neon Lights is racing third. Catch Canna has got the fourth position right now. Red Hot Torch is racing position 5. Then it is back further to Los Balaquilamigo and Cool Muscle and Willie or Won't He, but it's Refi who's got the lead as they work their way on past the opening quarter. Refi, 28 seconds. Polar Hall's racing second. Neon Lights is third, and then it is Catch Canna, forwardly placed fourth in front of Red Hot Torch, and then Los Balaquilamigo. Cool Muscle is racing position 7th, and then Willie or Won't He is 8th, but Refi leads for Nick Stewart as they race up towards the half and has got a lead of a length and 3/4 over Polar Hall. Neon Lights to the inside. Here comes Catch Canna moving on the outside and is challenging first over. Then Red Hot Torch and Los Balaquilamigo. Willie or Won't He and Cool Muscle as Scotty Coulter sits cool in the bike back there, moving to the outside but racing 8th. And off stride goes Refi. Polar Hall now inherits the front, and Catch Canna's working on the outside. It is Polar Hall and Catch Canna. Catch Canna tries to catch Polar Hall and has moved to within about 3/4 length of the lead. Neon Lights is racing third. Los Balaquilamigo is set out 3 wide and is marching with authority. 3/4, 128 and 2, and now Cool Muscle is kicked into high gear and is coming with Los Balaquilamigo. Los Balaquilamigo. Polar Hall down to the inside, then Cool Muscle as they race the way to the top of the stretch. Los Balaquilamigo, but Cool Muscle and Scotty Coulter looking for a fourth win on the evening, and Cool Muscle, well, it was a cool steer by Scotty Coulter to race from 8th and win it. Los Balaquilamigo was second. Then it was Polar Hall and Neon Lights and Willie or Won't He. Scotty Coulter, the captain of Cool, and that dash wins it with your pick, Cool Muscle, Robert.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not too sure how it would have worked out if Refi did not make a break on the front end. Your top pick, Gary. But, you know, like I said, I thought that this horse is the best in the race. And, you know, you got to really respect the way he went past, Los Balaquilamigo, who's a nice horse in his own rights. And, nice late kick. This horse usually prefers to race from off the pace. I'll be honest, though, at the half of 59 flat, I'm glad my microphone wasn't live because I was not a happy camper.
Well, definitely happy camper at the finish. There's a look at Scotty Coulter, and he's really shown us some pretty solid drives here this evening, and gets 4 on the night for the Tan Tornado. There, Los Balaquilamigo, if you doubted whether he would fit with this group, you can forget that doubt.
Oh, definitely. It was a nice effort from that one, and not easy. It doesn't really matter what the circumstances are. It's not easy to circle the field like that, and I was really happy that Scott Coulter was able to get behind that one. When I saw, even though he didn't get away well off the gate, when he was following that one, I said, okay, well, we know this horse is going to make a big run at some point in the mile, and I figured it would hopefully lead him to the promised land, which it did. I'll be honest, I wasn't sure he was going to step past him that easy, but it was a good feeling when he trotted up strongly alongside that rival.
It comes in 7, 9, 2, 3, and 8. Willie or Won't He did manage to round out the super high 5. And wheeling back in front of us is number 7, Cool Muscle. And Scotty Coulter, it's 4 on the night for the Tan Tornado. Cool Muscle, a 7-year-old muscle mass bay gelding, owned by Ed and Jessica Hayter. Jessica Hayter is the trainer. Scotty Coulter, the winning drive, takes a win this year in just the second career start, 15th win lifetime. Also, fans, note the inquiry sign is up pertaining to that break of 1 Sizzling Hot Herbie. Judges checking to see if 9 Los Balaquilamigo did receive a fair start. Fans, the judge's ruling that all horses received a fair start. The inquiry sign will go down. The 11th race payouts, 7. Cool Muscle, $6, 545.70. 9. Los Amigo, 410, 460, and 2. Polar Hall, 770. $2 exactors, 63.20. Dollar try, 399.20. Double pay, 71.20. The dollar pick four, 4 of 4, 207.25, and on a night of large payoffs, we close it with one. A 20-cent high 5, paying $1,105.08. Ka-ching again. The 11th race, order of finish from the top, 9, 3, 4, 7, 6, 8, 1, 5, 2. That's 9, 3, 4, 7, 6, 8, 1, 5, 2. Well, fans, that concludes the live harness racing program for this wild Wednesday night at Grand River Raceway. Racing action resumes this coming Friday. Our first dash on a Friday night at Grand River Raceway, 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Christine.